as quick as it may be, it's also extremely dirty. Dirty in the process that you don't use all the native AWS or Azure features that come along with it. And it can also be extremely expensive in the long run. So, for example, this is what I generally talk to people about. So when you're actually moving from like from your on-premise environment, you may be running a particular virtual machine, but that runs like a function only for 15 minutes every day. So when you actually move to the public cloud, instead of using this huge, large virtual machine, you could just run like a Lambda function that runs 15 minutes in a day to use the CPU and the compute functionalities in those particular cases. So that is one way you can definitely that is definitely one of the use cases when it comes to planning your migration procedures. The other thing is that when you plan your migration procedures, instead of using when you re-architect your migration procedures, you'll always have like a much higher performance because there are certain applications that are always better fitted for the cloud and certain applications that are better fitted for the private environment, and it'll also lower the costs in the long run, right? So the third thing when it comes to the migration procedure itself is the ability to is people don't really know what's going on in their environment. A lot of people feel they know based on all the documentations that are out there, but there is really no application, or there's really no data that they have that can tell them what their application dependencies essentially are. So that is absolutely essential and critical during the migration process. It's basically to know what the unknown virtual machines are. So essentially, like, I mean, as you all know, like applications can be extremely complex. It's not just having like, you know, a load balancer and like a variety of different database servers that are talking to one another. There's a huge necessity that there are huge necessities that each of these virtual machines are connected to one another, and you may end up having certain issues if they are not, or some business critical applications may actually come down in case of certain issues. So one of the solutions in these particular cases is to make sure you use like a flow analysis tool that can actually map out all these dependencies for you. And the second application would be to second thing to do is to basically weigh all these applications based on the number of dependencies that they may have. So for example, a particular application that has like, you know, 10 different connections has to be weighed separately from something that has just like one single connection. That way you'll know what your business critical applications are, what their interdependencies are, and how they actually function with one another. So that is one of the fallacies that we come across on a day-to-day basis. And so the other thing that we hear about every so often is that, you know, private cloud is dead. First of all, like if private cloud was dead, we wouldn't have such a huge show like the VMWorld for us today. So it is. I feel there is such a big disconnect, especially when people go onto LinkedIn and they read an article where it says that, you know, public cloud is essentially going to be extinct in the next few years, because that's not true at all. And that is really the evolution of the hybrid cloud environment. Hybrid cloud environment. So essentially, I mean, the private cloud environment provides the users with the ability to have that elasticity as well as the performance and the security as well as the elasticity and the performance of the public cloud environment, with the ability to give you that security that a private cloud environment essentially provides to you. So private cloud environments are essentially secure, airtight, as well as resilient to any of the malicious activities that may happen. And the other thing that we also notice is that there are certain business critical applications that still need to be on premise on most circumstances. So that is something that we highly recommend as well. So in these cases, hybrid cloud is definitely the way to go. Using it for like the security, resiliency, and the elasticity essentially. Moreover, the solution like VMC on AWS is definitely a great solution in those particular cases to basically leverage all the AWS native applications while at the same time using the same UI and the same procedures that you use on VMware itself. So this brings to like my fifth point, A lot of people think that when you go into the cloud, you never actually go back, which is totally untrue. We find this to be a huge fallacy, and the reason this could be a big problem is that when you have that mentality or when you have that thought that you're not going to come back, you're not going to design for any disaster recovery in those particular cases. So it is absolutely essential to understand that you can actually roll back. And a lot of rollbacks that we have seen over the past few years have generally been due to like higher costs after migration, right? You end up paying a lot more money than you would for actually having server deployed in your private infrastructure. And the second thing is that, sometimes when you don't have these application dependencies, you don't know what their interdependencies are, you end up, your application does not essentially work as expected on the public cloud. And this could actually cause like a lot of issues when it comes to the application or the business critical application performance itself. So some of the recommended solutions in these cases would be to make sure you have proper planning before the migration procedure, make sure you recognize all the different applications within your environment, and ensure that you right-size these different virtual machines as you move from your private cloud environment to the public cloud environment, because otherwise you're going to pay a lot more money than what's actually required. The second thing is to make sure you have a solution that can help you do a pre-migration assessment, in the sense that look at all your different dependencies, look at all the different virtual machines, what their utilization is at any given instance. And as you move to the public cloud itself, you need to be able to monitor these applications as they migrate from the private cloud environment to the public cloud, and see and monitor their performances during these particular instances. So that is one way. The public cloud. That is one way. That is one of the fallacies that can be busted when it comes to public cloud itself. So finally, this comes to my last point. So generally, people say that cloud deployment does not need any monitoring, and the reason that they say that cloud deployment doesn't need any monitoring is that the service provider or the cloud provider basically provides a 99.9% uptime. So although this is true, they provide a 99.9% uptime for the infrastructure, this may not be true for the applications itself. So for example, you all know this dog that kept appearing on everybody's search bar every time you typed Amazon.com on Amazon Prime Day, right? So if somebody like Amazon could have their infrastructure come down, I mean, we are no different. So it is absolutely essential to monitor our applications on a day-to-day basis and ensure what comes through, what are the throughputs, as well as what are the different performance metrics for each of these different applications. So essentially, the recommended solution for this would be to make sure you test your applications on a regular basis, and also make sure your environment is right sized. They have the sufficient amount of CPU resources, memory resources that is required in order to have them functioning at any given instance. So yeah, this comes to like all the 6 points that I covered, and a lot of this it was basically gathered using one of the vExpert surveys that we did at Vila. So we actually have a booklet that we created. So if you want to pick up one, you can always come down to the Vila booth and pick up one of the copies with all the vExpert recommendations with regards to the hybrid cloud migration procedures itself. Thank you. Yep.
Hello everyone, my name is Anderson Dubach. I'm a cloud management specialist from Brazil. So today we're going to talk about continuous integration, continuous delivery, and a little of DevOps, right? Do you want me to be like in front of the camera, right? Okay, but I like to move around. Make the camera follow me. Yeah, so this is New York, 1900, right? So where's the car? So the car is over there. There's another one over there. So this is New York, 50th Avenue, 1913. So where's the horse? So it's over there. That's transformation, right? So this guy here, Bill Roth, he talks about how companies are embracing and winning on this new world, and the 5 factors of success is timing, execution. On these 5 factors, the main ones are timing and execution, because you have to embrace a window of opportunity. That was a real transformation, right? You have to be able to execute on the right window. So companies are talking about stuff like DevOps. So they're struggling, trying to make sense of that. They're like getting beat off, right? So it's little by little, have a lot of stuff going around. So I'm going to dissect that. So we have a factory, right? So this like a conveyor belt. Software is like that. Whenever your software is on the shelf, is not being deployed, you're losing money, right? So continuous integration is to make something like this, to test, test, secure, test again, build, version. You have to make something like this, like a factor, like a pipeline on that. So whenever you're not deploying, you're losing money. Your software is on the shelf. So something like this. So whenever we are talking about DevOps, we have, who here has played Angry Birds? Yeah, so we have this situation here. The developers are shipping code, right? They are bringing new features. The operation guys are trying to make stuff stick together. Who thought that the fat pigs are the good guys, right? So trying to make things stay there. So each one has this role who needs to be able to execute better. So DevOps is like an onion. We have like all these layers. The philosophy is to get things done faster, be able to embrace the business, right? We have methodology because it comes from Agile. Agile has like a lot of stuff, and the methodology is going to support that philosophy to get close to the business. And we have practices. So that is when we start talking about continuous integration, continuous delivery. And we have tools on the center of that. You cannot have DevOps and all those cool stuff of continuous integration if you don't have all these things tied together. So, because what happens is we have these little silos of automation that happens in the companies. So we need to have like a unified vision how to tie those things together. So because we have a lot of tools in our home that we can work with, right? So we have these people who is way on the front there asking you for these new things, right? How can I operate with that? How can I use that? Usually they come like with a landscape from the CNCF. It's a lot to take off, and it usually goes like this, right? Because they need to know what they need to do, not what they want. It's like I'm from Brazil. I'm happy to be here in Vegas, and I have to focus here, right? It's a technology like a sightseeing whenever you try to go do this. So we need to know what my application is, because I need a data center that is able to tie those things together, the development, the agile methodology for that, the IIS, the testing of all those stuff, like the infrastructure too, maybe a container as a service, maybe a PaaS, delivery, whatever, whenever you need to monitor everything, right? So I have this like 3-tier application here. Does not mean anything. Web app DB, it's a caching solution. What for? It's caching, right? Oracle, some SOA, some old legacy systems. And the consumption layer for this one are the call center, the website, and the mobile app. This here is making consumptions, queries go faster. It's good for the business, right? So that caching solution has a development cycle. The important thing when you're talking about CI/CD, you need to know how things are, where they are, and how long they take to go from one to another. Because from there, you're going to start to fill the gaps. So I have this customer here that I worked in 2014 to help them get embraced with something like that. So the developer was used to build on tests on local machine. They then version that to the Bitbucket. After that, they published the binary on Nexus and go to the tracking solution. I'm done. So the architect from the customer pull or download that thing, go to the development environment, try to install. It's like a static one, so it had a lot of trouble, like glue things together. It's never able to get to test or production. He goes, oh man, it's not working. Then he goes to another tool because he had two tools for planning and tracking, right? Because a factory, who's a contractor who is developing the code, tell it's not working, guys, wait up. And TFS is there because it's not doing anything. So what we did was try to tie things together, reduce, because you have to, if you look at Agile, it's lean in the way, right? We have to do that on process too. That's the entire reason. So now they're doing like this. They're coding the way they are. So now they are committing inside at home using GitLab. Now I'm able to trigger something, use Jenkins to, I don't know, do quality on my code. Maybe if I have a problem, do a threshold to see if I need to notify, maybe, oh, it has a problem, it's not approved. I can put some kind of bar. Now I can like automate the build process. Can use orchestrator. In that case, we used to test, like it was a REST API that was being developed all the time. So it was really used to do Postman and then go to orchestrator and make that like a standard thing to do. And build the Docker image. Sometimes they want to do like Docker to make tests. It's not the full deploy, right? And I need to store that thing. Repository for the Java, it was a WAR file, and the registry for the Docker image. After that, we go to the continuous delivery deployment. What's the difference? One is manual, the other one is not. It's automatically, right? So whenever the guy, it's in Portuguese there, operação, so sorry, it's operation. So they were like using VRA to get those stuff together, provision everything, maybe call Ansible to do the configuration management. That's an important thing when you're talking about CI/CD, right? To maintain the state of everything. Use the orchestrator to do the DNS backup, everything they need to do on the infrastructure side, because that is important too when we are talking about CI/CD, right? And maybe like I want to change my configuration management too, because I don't know, I have several things. I want to like have a way to tie all those knowledge in one place. So we had like evolution of that. They start like, oh, now we're going to onboard everyone. So we have like all this Jenkins going around. We can do Jenkins on code, right? But what they had is like a million Jenkins going on. I'm a developer. When I talk about continuous integration, continuous delivery, DevOps, all I got was an API. And an API, I can make things worse. So the way we see it, they need like something like this to be able to onboard the applications, like a pipeline automation dashboard. So you can plug everything that we talk about on top of that, and you go like onboarding the applications. So you have control like a provider for those things, right? So if I have any book to recommend for you guys, this is a new one. If you're going to talk about Kubernetes and containers, it's free. The main one is not free. The third one is not free too, but they are good books. You want to take a picture? Sorry, go ahead. I'm available. We can talk later. So that's my cue. Thank you, guys. Hope you enjoy.
Hello, how are you today? Good? Surviving? Or it's all good? Good dinners? Good alcohol? Gambling? No? Okay. All right, so my name is Andrea Leibovici. I work for Datrium, but I'm not here actually to talk about Datrium. I'll talk in the context of the subject, but I'm also going to show you some of the options available today to do DR, disaster recovery, to VMware Cloud. There are a few options, there are a few vendors providing solutions, and I just want to talk through what it means, I'm going to talk a little bit about DR, why we need DR. Nobody really likes DR, but it's a necessary evil, right? So let's get started. So this is actually, we have one of our customers who runs their data center in Sonoma County. And I'm just illustrating because this is real, right? So they had the wildfires up here in North California. And what started as like a bushfire, it quickly extended itself into the city. And this is how close everything got to their data center. And it's interesting because I talked to some customers, and some of them will tell me, actually, this one is a true story. They said, if my data center catches on fire, I want to die in it because I don't have a DR strategy. So I don't know if you have a DR strategy, but DR is hard. DR is complex. Not only you need to think about DR on how you are implementing, but also how do you know it's actually going to work? You can test it, you can do some failover testing, and then you get in another circumstance. So we have another, it's not even a customer, it's a prospect that we're talking to, but they implemented their DR strategy in the data center to the secondary data center, and they said, okay, let's test it. So they triggered a failover to the DR side, everything worked perfectly. But 7 months of work to make everything work seamlessly. When they went to fail back to the primary data center, everything broke. And that's not uncommon. So it's complex. We don't know if it's going to work. And then when it's working, how do we move everything back? So those are some of the things that I'm going to talk about here. Does anybody have a DR plan here? Do you? Or what are you using? SRM? How do you do DR? SRM, custom scripts. To a DR site? Active DR site. Okay. Any other solution other than SRM and custom scripts here? No? Everybody using SRM? Awesome. Okay. So there are two things here when you talk about cloud, right? One is the cloud native applications that are born to live in the cloud. They use the AWS platform, Azure platform. They will leverage APIs. And then you have a slew of on-premise applications that will still be there for many years to come, either because of cost, because it's close to the database, because the engineers or developers that were working on it left many months ago, because they're running on NT and you're taking snapshots just to make sure there's nobody's out there to support. There's a number of different reasons. But those applications, we still need to protect somehow, right? We still need to have DR, orchestration, backups, and so on. So I'm focusing on that. No, I'm not saying that whatever it's creating in native in the cloud doesn't need protection. But for the most part, I believe the cloud providers will actually provide some form of solution for you to back up the data and replicate. There's different Azure regions, there's AWS regions, and so on. So we're focusing on existing applications that are living inside your data center. But as I mentioned, when you talk to your executives, they say, oh, we're not the DR. What they expect is this. Yeah, you're going to implement a software there, and now you have DR. Everything is working fine, just like an iPhone. And that's not true. That's not the way it works. Like with iOS, we don't know where the device starts, where the software starts, where the cloud starts. It's everything blended together. So much easier because it was built from the ground up. But that's not what it is, because it's more like that. You have a bunch of different technologies that we have deployed in the data center over the past 15 years that need to work together. So what could actually go wrong in a DR plan? So this is a traditional DR implementation, what you normally would have to go through to implement DR. So we're talking about production sites, SAN, backup servers, backup array, have the VMware stack. Then you have networking, have the DR side. Everything needs to work together, and that's when things will fail. SRM is a great product. I'm going to talk about it, but it was created to manage all these diverse number of solutions that not necessarily were built to work together. And that's where things can fail. All good so far? So what could go wrong? So when talking specifically about VMC, there are three scenarios that they identify, which is the VMware Cloud and the AWS, that identify as their target use cases. And one of them is disaster recovery. And that's where we're focusing. The other ones, say consolidated and migrated workloads, scale, workload flexibility. But we're focusing on the DR use case today, specifically for VMware Cloud. And the beauty about VMware Cloud is that you can actually use SDR target without having to worry about VM conversions if you're gonna do to a different cloud, so on. It's the same thing. As long as you can migrate and move back, fail back, it should be good, right? In thesis. So I mentioned I work for Datrium, but there are other solutions on the market that will do disaster recovery to cloud. There are actually only three, okay? So VMware has its own solution. I'm gonna talk about it. It's a combination of the HCX and SRM. Veeam also has a solution, and Datrium also provides a solution for DR to cloud. So what is VMC or VMware Cloud? So here is a simple slide that demonstrates you have AWS resources, native AWS resources. In parallel, we have a VMware Cloud on AWS pod, or what they call SDDC, right? That's created per customer. And then you have vCenter that goes into hybrid link mode that connects the two environments, your on-prem and your cloud environment, and you see it as all to a single interface, and you manage through a single interface. So, but you still have resources there, resources here. VMware Cloud on AWS, under the covers, what they run on AWS is vSphere, vSAN, and NSX. NSX helps with the connectivity. And there are many options for you around connectivity, right? You can do L2 VPN with NSX. You can use IPsec VPNs. You can use, Amazon also provides you a number of different options there. I'm not gonna go specifically under the networking configuration, but there are other vendors that also help you to sort of like make it more seamless around the network use cases. By any means, I'm talking about I work for Datrium, I'm talking about other vendors. By any means, I'm not an expert on their solutions. So anything I say, I believe I'm mostly right, but I'm just saying, I watch a lot of YouTube videos. VMware. So VMware offers a solution. So at a high level, what you see is they have Cloud Foundation on-premise that connects with your VMware Cloud on AWS. And what they offer as part of this solution is the cloud hybridity and the unified management stack. Right? So since you are already running VMware on-prem, you probably won't have Cloud Foundation as your part of your solution, your base solution, to have this cloud hybridity, be able to see vCenters in a single UI, in a single interface. And they announced, I think they talked a little bit about it during VMWorld, VMware Hybrid Cloud Extension, which enables you to address the networking layer, VM versioning, so you can have different versions of VMs in both sides. It offers native replication, vSphere-based replication, so you can replicate all your data to the cloud, to AWS. And it's always on SDDC. What does that mean? Always on means you might be setting AWS VMC as a target and you're replicating your data, but even if you're not actually using for production, you're not running VMs, they're only receiving data, you're actually paying for all the resources being used. They have a starts with one server, which is a demo-only mode, very small. But then when you move to the next tier, is already you're paying for 4 hosts 24 hours a day. And that's okay. It's just trying to show you the difference. So it's always on SDDC. It means it's replicating. You need the SDDC up and running all the time. And there's no native DR orchestration. For native DR orchestration, VMware has a different product, which all are you using, which is Site Recovery Manager. So if you're gonna do DR, you wanna make sure that not only the data is there, but you actually have plans to bring your workload back online. The last thing you wanna do is keep, changing IPs manually, recreating zones. This is a nightmare. For some companies, okay, I can be down for 24 hours, 48 hours. I'm kidding, this is no good for anybody. Nobody's gonna do 24 hours down. But in a disaster scenario, if it takes 2 hours for you to bring everything back online, up and running, that's not bad, right? You're already in the disaster mode. If you don't have that, may as well die in the fire, right? So the thing with SRM is it's great for heterogeneous environments. So if you have your SAN, you maybe have 2 or 3 different SANs, you have different solutions. So SRM was built to cater for a wider data center environment. And you can migrate everything there. It works. Again, it's always on SDDC. The next one is Veeam. So Veeam backup and replication has the ability. How many of you are Veeam customers? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hands. Okay, good. Veeam has the ability to deploy proxy on-site, on-prem, and a proxy in VMware Cloud on AWS, and do the replication to VMware Cloud on AWS. You're already familiar with their replication. It will work. It's host-based. They have native DR orchestration, which is good as well. But it's always on SDDC as well, which means you're paying for VMC resources, even though you're not actually using. You might use in a DR scenario, but ideally you don't want to pay for all those resources if you're not using. And VMware, it's not necessarily what we call cheap, right? So there's a value there for sure, but you don't want to pay for that in some cases. The third and last solution that I actually can do the solution is Datrium, which is the company I work for and told you. And we do something that's a little bit different. So Datrium is primary storage, it's backup, and we do the orchestration and DR to the cloud as well, to VMC. Now, the difference is when we do the replication from your on-premise data center, we don't ship all the data directly into VMC. It goes to what we call Cloud EVX, which is backed by S3 in AWS. So all the data that's fully stored in a deduplicated manner in this bucket using S3, which is a lot cheaper, your SDDC is not up and running. You don't need to worry about it. And then we keep doing the continuous end-to-end replication. Now, the interesting thing is that when you need to trigger a DR, disaster recovery scenario, you are in disaster mode. What we do under the covers is we instantiate the SDDC for you. So you're gonna enter your VMware credentials for the SDDC. We're gonna instantiate. That takes approximately 90 minutes. That's all happening within the VMware VMC environment. And then we copy the data from AWS bucket that we have there into the VMware SDDC. And that's when you start paying, when we start the process in DR. So it's a little different because now we're talking about on-demand SDDC. So you only start paying for your DR when you're actually using the resources in VMC. Yes, sure. On the failback, you're saying? Yeah, so.
I mean, when you have disaster and the data in S3, you want to take the data in S3 and send it over to VMC. Would that be a egress charge?
No, there's no egress charge there. There is egress charge when you're going to fail back. When you remove from AWS. There's no charge between the S3 bucket and VMC. Um, there might be a charge there. I don't know the cost there. No, you pay. You own the VMC account. VMware will charge you for that. Yeah. The ingress, you mean? Ingress. There's no cost for ingress. There's cost for egress. Yes. So the egress, so then you're running everything that happens in DR mode, fully orchestrated, everything that happens in DR mode. The system keeps tracking, use VADP, and then we replicate all those changes back to the S3 bucket, to Cloud DVX. And then when your primary side is up and running again, you can replicate all the changes back to your primary side and get up and running again. So it's fully orchestrated DR from your on-premise to VMware Cloud on AWS, and then back on-premise. You can fail everything back in an orchestrated manner. You don't have to handle any AWS resources or object storage or anything like that. All you need to do is enter your AWS credentials. In VMC, it's running on vSAN. So it's going to be VMDKs on top of vSAN. Whatever you have inside your VMDKs, it doesn't matter to us, right? Were you on time? Yeah, so then we do the hydration. So here's a good process. So primary to Cloud DVX, Cloud DVX to SDDC. Cloud Shift is your orchestration tool. It's fully integrated into this platform. So, you know, if you're running only on Datum, you can completely fail over and fail back without needing any other tool. If you are an SRM customer, no, we don't expect everybody to be running everything on Datum. But if you are an SRM customer, we do have SRA plugins, so you can also leverage SRM. Now, you might have other solutions that you want to be part of your entire DR scenario, and you can orchestrate everything together. And then execute the DR plan. We can test because we own the VMs when they are running primary storage all the way to disaster. We can check the plan multiple times. We actually have checks to make sure that your plan is actually going to work when you need, right? That's important. Oops. Here is a good example. I just have one screenshot of the product where you have 5 plans there. You know, we have different plans here for different groups or for different regions. It shows you how many tests have passed. So, you know, every day that you're using, you know that if you needed to use, it's going to work. And you say what is failing, so you can address those changes. You're going to do re-IP, everything that needs to be run scripts, change DNS, everything that it needs to be done. Even if you don't have the SDDC up and running, we stand up the SDDC for you. So if you're going to look for a solution, no, by any means, do your research, watch some YouTube videos, like I did on the other vendors. Do your homework. Here are some examples of things that you should look for your DR environment. Now, want to make sure it makes simple. You want to make sure that you're constantly checking that the solution is going to work and not getting in a circumstance where 7 months later when you need to trigger DR, it's not going to work. Right, because something changed in your environment. You have a new SAN, you have a new network device. You got to make sure that everything is working, because when you need it, you need it, right? And also something that I hear some other vendors talking about, you know, we can trigger DR if the fire is getting close or something like that, right? If there is a hurricane alert, something like that. The reality is that you only want to touch your primary environment if you need to, right? So you don't want to go into the case where they fail over and then it couldn't fail back. So even though you are sure that it's going to work, you only need to do when you're actually in a disaster scenario. That's all that I had today. We still have some 5 minutes left, so if you have any questions, I'm more than happy to answer.
That we're starting to talk a lot more in the community about what it's like to actually work in IT rather than doing the job, but to actually be a person working in IT, because it's something that we've not been talking about for a very long time, but I've certainly heard this year a lot more discussion of this, the topic, and I was really glad that it was Sonia Cuff, who unfortunately can't be with us at the moment, started out the conversation that we need to talk about these things, that at open source conferences there's a lot of discussion about mindfulness and about self-care, making sure that you don't go completely crazy in this crazy world we live in. And Alicia, who is in the middle of the panel here, who will introduce herself shortly, said, I can help. And that really is what triggered this panel, and I'm really pleased that we've got a collection of people who both have been through IT burnout and maybe are dealing with challenges right now, but also some people with some skills around teaching us how to deal with that. So a quick intro through the panel. Eric Lee.
Hi everybody, I'm Eric Lee. Been in IT 24 years, been on a panel here before, but kind of notorious, I guess, lately. I wrote the IT burnout blog post that's kind of went around a few months ago, and been presenting it now at multiple VMUGs, so that's me.
Hi, so I'm Lindy Collier-Grady. I've been in IT for almost 3 years now, so my story's a little different than probably a lot of people here on the panel. I'm a VMUG leader. I founded vLadies, and I also do Hello from my home lab.
Hi, I'm Alicia Preston. I do not work in IT. I've worked in the education system for about 14 years and experienced burnout in that way. My husband does work in IT. I'm a mindfulness coach and educator. I now teach teachers, principals, nurses, doctors, federal employees, and mostly children and tweens mindful tools.
I'm Tom Green. I'm a host of vBrownBag podcast and a member of the crew. And I have experienced burnout. I think everyone has. I've been in IT for 13 years. There's a lot of stress and a lot of different things when you're going from operations through different roles. But we'll touch on that a little bit.
Hi, I'm Kat Troyer, and I work in IT in that I've done technical recruiting since 2000, but now I do mostly career coaching, and I help run Tech Reckoning in the Influence Marketing Council. And I also teach people in my coaching energy hygiene tools that are very much like mindfulness tools. So,
Cool, so combination of different skill sets here and different experiences. And one of the things that I think is really worth discussing is around the causes of burnout, understanding what things happening in your work life are likely to drive burnout. And I'm going to start that with Tom, just as a random person who might have dealt with maybe not complete burnout, but has had some challenges in work. What sort of things do you think are the big contributors to burnout in IT?
So for me, a big contributor is the superhero worship that IT has. So I think that we all have the desire to be superheroes, and we want to solve a problem. We want to go through and troubleshoot to the end. We don't want to let it go. And that is fine if that's something that you can handle, but it gets to be too much when it starts interrupting your home life, your daily life, and you can't let things go to a point where you can't relax and you just start burning out. Really, that's my whole frame of reference is I've always wanted to be a people pleaser, and I've always wanted to make people happy. And it eventually gets too much whenever the entire documentation and IT flow revolves around call Tom or call anybody. You know, it's just too much. You have to be smart about how much you're willing to give of yourself for your job. because it's the balance that we all have to make.
So I definitely see the superhero complex as being a really significant part. I absolutely love being the guy who can come in after there's been a problem on the books for 3 weeks. In the first 2 hours I'm on site, I can find the solution to that problem. Absolutely love that huge high from that success. But to say it leads to that expectation that you'll continue to superhero solve stuff. Linda, you're relatively new in IT. Have you seen some of this as well?
Yeah, absolutely. I think for me, to get geared up and to study up, to have a conversation in IT, I would spend about 120 hours a week. I would fall asleep with my computer in my lap on the bed, falling off, and my kids one day were like, "Are you our mom?" You know, you know, and so. You know, just I don't know how the rest of you guys have like spent all of these years in IT, because just in the short 3 years that I've done it, it's like going back to college.
So the learning treadmill has been a big factor for you.
Absolutely.
Alicia, you have a husband who's been working in IT for a while and has been through some changes in that. What do you see as the things that lead him towards burnout and stress?
I feel...
You can answer more generally because Mike's actually in the audience.
Yeah. So just in the past few months, I've seen a change since he's changed jobs, and he's home now. So I find being home, both of us are home working, and we have 2 children, and there really needs to be some boundaries set. So I have noticed a little bit more stress with him and his career change, just because it's just different for us and him. But I'm glad I have the skill set, and he's supported me through challenging times where I can now support him, and he uses a lot of the tools that I teach professionals. So, yeah.
And I got to imagine, Kat, that that you and John have had some times of stress and burnout over the fair few years in IT that he's had as well. Yes. Accidentally in IT, because of course he's a chemist by qualification.
Yes.
What sort of things do you see in his career?
Well, I think, you know, we run a consulting company, and there's always something to do, right? So learning how to turn off is an active learning curve that we have right now. One of the things that we're talking about is going through a bit of a digital detox, right? We're always on, always looking at our phones, and together we're going to figure out a different way. Because being plugged in all the time, I just don't think it's good for us. It's not healthy to be always plugged in. I mean, we need to kind of sometimes have our feet on the ground too, and, you know, be out in nature. That's a really good antidote to being connected in with technology all the time.
And then finally, Eric, the poster child of being burnt out in IT. You've had a couple of phases. So in addition to the recent blog post, you wrote a couple of years ago about a phase of burnout. Was it a couple of years ago? You've written a couple of times about it. And what were your...
No, so I've been through burnout officially at a scale where I had physical things happening to me, not just mentally. My hands were shaking so bad just setting and doing stuff. Like it was, and I didn't even notice it. My wife noticed it. So I had it bad enough where like I just had no idea like what was going on and stuff like that. But for me, each time was slightly different. The first time was, you know, not so much like, it's kind of hard to put into words, but like to me, it's some of these factors, you know, it's the long hours, it's the stress of projects, it's your managers or the company, it's whatever, but it's also where you're at in your life, right? Because the first time I went through it, I didn't have kids, but a lot of this stuff was happening before I got married or before I met my wife. And I could work longer hours and I could be okay. But if I tried to do some of that now, I would be burned out in like 2 weeks and I'd be like quitting my job and stuff like that. So I've been through, the last time I went through it was about 4 years ago, and I was more prepared to be aware of what was going on. But I had different things. Like I was having this fixed anxiety towards a change I made, and where I'm at now was just not very good. And I didn't want people to say I told you so, and I hated my job, and I didn't know where I was going to go, and stuff like that. And I left the best job I've ever had in my whole entire life to this day to go take this other job. And there's people in this room that told me I shouldn't go, right? That are very smart people, and you don't want to. One of them's pointing at me. And you don't want to let them down, or you don't want to hear "I told you so" or anything like that. So there's multiple contributing factors. It's not just any one thing individually for me. It's a combination of those plus where you're at in your life that will all of a sudden break that. So the more I can pay attention and try to eliminate one or two of those at a time helps me not get to that level.
Because I think there's a really significant thing, certainly as I've seen in my case, and that my wife told me that if lawyers worked at midnight, we'd already be divorced. So this was when I was in my last employee role some 15 years ago. I've been unemployable since then, or self-employed as they call it. It's not a single factor, it's never just one thing that is big problems. So we have a factor of stress. We all deal with volume of work, hours worked, the constant connectedness that is both positive and negative. And that's a source of stress, the collection of things together. But it can be the sort of stress that is exciting and empowering and charging. For me, the real big burnout thing was that my management seemed to have no clue what was going on, and they had told me, we want you to give up your specialization, which was in the early days of my VMware specialization and Citrix before that. They said, well, we would like you to give that all up and be our Cisco guy. But we're still just trying to recruit somebody to be our Cisco guy, so we're not going to send you on the training or any other training. And this went on for a year. It ended when I resigned. But for a year, they said, we're not going to train you in anything, but we're going to train you as a Cisco guy, but only when we give up recruiting one. And a year later, I said, well, this is not a fun game anymore. And I really didn't want to be divorced. I quite like my wife. Many of you have met my wife, and quite a few of you ask after her before you ask how my life is going. And I can understand that. She's a really cool person. So it really, a series of things building together. I think the stress and these things can out, but also the feeling that what you're doing is appreciated by your management, that you're doing the right thing, that it's valued. The feeling makes a difference. So, Kat, talking about stress versus burnout and how you feel about things, you have some experience in this area. Would you like to get into that difference?
I think that stress is something that we face on a day-to-day basis, and how we respond to stress is going to impact our level of burnout. So looking at stress as something that is there, that exists, like don't bypass it, is a good way to approach it. And then to decide maybe to be a little more resilient about it is helpful for me, because I can get really overwhelmed, or I can choose to say, okay, this is, I got some lemons here, and am I going to have sour lemon juice with my water, or am I going to make lemonade? So I think resiliency is really an important trait to develop when we're looking at something like burnout, right? The more resilient we can be, but it also is self-care too. I mean, are you getting enough sleep? Are you putting good nutrition into your body? Are you laughing at all? Is there any time for fun?
That was a really significant thing for me at one point. I realized that there was nothing funny anymore. And I like to laugh. I like particularly English humor because I have an English father. And that was a realization point for me that something needed to change.
Yeah.
I'd also like to weigh in on stress versus burnout. Eric, you want to?
Sure. At one of my first jobs where I worked over 11 years, I did a global Active Directory project. So we traveled all over, going and doing integration and cutting over manufacturing facilities. So you'd have to cut over on the weekend. when they had a little more downtime. And to get everything prepped, get everything shipped out, get there, train everybody that's there, get them their credentials, get them logged on. And some of these sites have, 4,000 or 5,000 employees at them. We worked 90, sometimes more 90 hours a week. That's very, very stressful to get that done. I think one of the differences between when I was doing that, 14 years ago and now is that you don't usually get a little bit of downtime. Like we would work those heavy weeks and then we'd come off and we'd have a week of downtime, right, to start prepping for the next one. Nowadays, we go from one to the next, to the next, to the next, to the next thing because a lot of IT shops are running lean right now. And if you're like an SE for a VAR or whatever, you have to be billable like all the time. So you're constantly like going and going and going, right? So I think one of the challenges, of stress, like I can work through stress and I know where that is because of those projects I worked on, but I wasn't burnt out because I would have some downtime to recuperate before I had to do it again.
And that recuperation time, I think, is a fairly significant part of what you're teaching through your mindfulness practice.
Absolutely, and stress is everyday stimuli. We experience stress every single day, but we have the choice to react versus respond to our stress. And I'm big on naming our emotions. I find too often we experience stress and we kind of just sweep it under the carpet. But if we can name those emotions we're feeling through the day and tame them, we're more apt to not experience burnout. Burnout is feelings of, like in the beginning stages, chronic fatigue perhaps, or loss of joy of life. Very cynical attitude towards your family and anger. And it can also lead to depression and chronic fatigue, which is what I experienced. And it took me quitting my job. I left a job after 12 years of teaching. I left my pension, but when it came down to my health, and my husband was very supportive in that, it's just something we had to do with our family, because ultimately my health, our family, it's way more important to go to school, to go to work every day and experience stress every single day.
There's that comment about taking care of, you know that the minute you die, your job will be posted to be filled before there's an obituary written. Your employer isn't looking after you. If nobody else is, you must. One of the things you talked about as the early stages of stress symptoms was the fatigue, and that's something that I've found. I work from home. I work completely disconnected from the, there's no day-to-day interaction for my work, so I can choose to wander back into the house and lay down and take a rest any day. And I found during I had a really quiet first half of the year, and that's not good for me. I found I was taking an awful lot of afternoon naps. Afternoon naps are wonderful, but for me, when they end up being a 3-hour nap in the afternoon, there's something a little out of balance, and that was, for me, another indicator that I needed to think differently about things earlier this year. So,
and for me, something like that, I play video games a lot. I don't think that's a secret. But they've got one specific video game I've played on and off for 14 years. And that's the thing that whenever I start getting myself caught up playing World of Warcraft until 2 in the morning, like something has to change at that point. That is truly, like, my wife is like, you realize you're playing Warcraft again. And so that's almost our code word for you need to figure out what's going on and fix it. Because it's not healthy of working, putting my kids to bed, going back and hiding until 2, sleeping, waking up, and doing it again. I don't notice it, but it just starts becoming a spiral. So much like your naps, my video games become that.
So there can be a perfectly normal and healthy level, and then recognizing that it's grown to something that's maybe not so positive.
And for me, because I used to do that a lot, but I don't play a lot of video games, so mine was Minesweeper. But I could sit there and like click on it for hours, and I couldn't tell you like how many games I won, like whatever else. If you don't remember what you're doing when you're in that activity, then you probably have something else going on that you need to figure out why you can't focus on it. You know, like Eric Shank's blog post that he put out recently about some of that. So that's kind of like my trigger is like if I'm doing something and I don't know, like I can't remember what I was just doing, then I'm probably starting to get into that fatigue and focus and something else is starting to drive me down that path.
So Lindy, has your career in IT yet driven you to this kind of crazy?
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, so my start when I was younger, I spent 15 years in the food industry. So I'm a food technologist by trade, and we went through a massive recall. I was sleeping at the facility. Later on, I had two children. I was on call 24/7. I think the dawning moment for me, and when you think about stress and burnout, was here it was, 4 o'clock in the morning. I've gotten 6 phone calls already that night from third shift, and my daughter, who was 6 months old at the time, couldn't sleep. I quit my job the next day and didn't have a backup plan, but that's kind of where you end up going when you don't deal with the stresses and you don't call that time out and you don't take care of yourself. You make radical changes and you do radical things that you wake up the next morning and you're like, oh crap, I don't have a job, and you're trying to figure things out.
That is, resigning from the nice, secure, safe day job was how I resolved out one phase of my stress as well. That was the midnight divorce thing, was to resign from that job and become self-employed and remain unemployable. Now let's be clear, my wife would have divorced a couple of times through that process as well. Being self-employed is not all happiness and roses. There's times when the market changes for me. There was a change in the way VMware training was delivered when all of my work was as a VMware trainer. All of a sudden, the prime way that as an independent I'm valued, my daily rate, got cut significantly, and that's stressful. And again, there's in my family, it's now become, is Dad's stress to ruin Christmas? Now I'm much better at handling that stress because you start to see a pattern, you start to see the behaviors that you're doing. You also, as a self-employed or as somebody who's working in a real job, learn that these things pass, that there are seasons to these high stress. That recall, there might have been smaller recalls in the past that hadn't gotten to the point of a crisis for you, or you'd get that week off after doing the big migration. But recognizing the patterns of increasing stress is really important. Just thinking about how you feel. Really.
Yeah, I think that, the biggest thing is, as you start to feel that stress and you start to feel those things, piling up on you, the biggest thing is not to make knee-jerk reactions, because that's inherently what we want to do as humans. We want to just, react. We want to fix everything. We want to be that person that our employer is like leaning on, and you add so much to your own plate that, you lose focus. You lose your family. You lose, your job. I mean, it's just so many more things that happen because of that.
So there are small-scale things. I mean, we talked about large-scale things, resigning from jobs, not working for large companies. There's, Eric's made job changes as a result of stress. I believe recently there's been a poor fit for Tom where he changed to a new role type and then rapidly found out that it asked for things that weren't Tom, and he's now gone somewhere else where he can be the real Tom. There's big scale things, but what we really want to try and do is avoid the situation where we get to those big scale. So this is why I wanted to have Alicia and Kat join us, is to talk about some of the smaller scale things. What else can we do on a day-to-day to help us handle that stress? And Alicia, you do this as a job, is teaching people how to do this.
Absolutely. So I feel like there's 3 different cognitive levels that we're acting at. There's the high, medium, and low. And from my experience with my husband in working IT, I feel he's always at the high level. It's always go, 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 looking at the next big project. Oh, if I have spare time, I'll do a blog post, or I'll listen to a podcast, okay? And so when you're in that constant state, you're not allowing yourself to be bored or just be. You're always at the next thing. And it's just not healthy. Then there's, and I have to say, my husband's probably the most laid-back person I know.
Yeah.
So then there's the medium stress, or medium gear. You know, you enjoy leisurely walks, you slow down a bit, but you're still not allowing yourself that space for mindfulness. Then there's the low gear. And the low gear is where we allow ourselves to be bored and just be. We finish a project, we can go for a slow walk. And when we're in that low gear, that's where we get our best creative ideas. So what I teach is mindful tools. Who said they were a superhero earlier?
Yes.
Yeah. So we are all superheroes, and we have a superpower, and that's our breath. And we don't breathe properly. We don't take our deep breaths. So when you think of mindfulness or meditation, most people think sitting lotus position in Zen pose for an hour. I can't do that. I'm a yoga teacher, I'm a mindfulness coach, I can't do that. But what I can do is take those mindful moments through the day. And when we take those mindful moments through the day, science says that when those big stimuli or stressful events happen, our brain already knows, because we've been practicing those moments, and we've created cards for these. So there's some really amazing tools for you all to practice, and the key is practice. You have to practice. But when you take those mindful moments through the day, your brain already knows that, hey, I can handle this. I can take time for myself, and I can go for a slow walk, or I can listen to my favorite song and get that backbeat of the music and just breathe through it. Or I can have dinner with my family, and for the first 2 minutes, we're going to take a bite of food and put our forks down. Because science says we only taste the first 2 bites of our food, our meals, and then we're just eating as fast as we can be. So just really taking those little small moments through the day, and it can be as little as 1 minute, will help you tremendously in beating burnout and just living in the moment more.
Do you feel that maybe perhaps by doing that, you have to also release the guilt that you're taking that break?
Yeah, absolutely. Mindfulness is being present in the moment with no judgment. And no judgment is the biggest aspect that I teach. And the tools that I teach, I work primarily with children and teens and tweens, but I also work with parents and caregivers. And they are tools across, it doesn't matter how old you are, from 4 years old to 100, we can all learn and practice these tools. And I know for ourselves, it's changed our family's life tremendously. Yeah.
So in terms of that feeling of guilt for taking the break, one of my weaknesses is that whenever there is any kind of problem, my solution to it is to working longer and more. But I know from basically from my work as an educator, as a trainer, I know that once you get past 25, 45 minutes on a single task, your efficiency drops. And that taking a 5-minute break, if it's sitting down, writing some code, something, building something, taking a break, walking around the block is the best way to be productive again. When I was writing design documents, if I had a block on the design document, I just couldn't work out how to put it together. I literally walked out of the office, round the block, sat back at my desk, and 90% of the time, the inspiration came and I could actually finish that out. Now, Alicia mentioned these cards. We've got a collection of 9 mindfulness strategy cards, or beating IT burnout strategy cards. I have a whole bunch of these. I've got about 30 of them with me in little plastic baggies, so come find me and grab them today. If you're not here today, or if I run out before you catch up with me, there will be more of these at the vBrownBag TechTalks stage over in the VM Village. So just come find them. I got a bunch of them in bags. I didn't have enough bags for all of them, so there's a whole heap of them loose as well. The other thing is, if you find that VMWorld is somewhat overwhelming, and it really is, we are running a mindfulness workshop. Alicia is running a workshop on Wednesday. If you go to the vBrownBag.com website, there's a blog post on there with a link to an Eventbrite. So if you reg up for that, It is only going to be a small group, so we only have capacity for taking 12 people on that workshop. But if you feel you need a break on Wednesday, it will be a really good way to build better strategies and also just to get away from the madness of VMworld. I was going to mention that all at the end, but it seemed a logical place to bring in since Alicia wrote all of the content that's on those cards.
Cat helped too, yeah.
I just cherry-picked from what they wrote to stick them on the cards, and there's really good stuff in there. So I want to talk a little more about strategies for handling stress. One of the ones is just the straight-out stop. But I wanted to ask the guys who are working in IT, the team who are working in IT, how they deal with the initial stresses of work. So Eric, as you're working now and starting to find things stressful, what kind of things do you do to handle that?
Well, the walking is great. I've got a coworker who we try almost every day to take a 20-minute walk. It's like a mile walk around our building, so we drop everything and we say no talk about work, and we try to make a good walk around the block, around the building, and do that. That's one of the things we try to do every day, to take that break and to do some of that stuff. For me, it's stepping back, it's changing focus and changing perspectives. I used to get hung up on problems, and I would let them like fester for a long time. And now that I have kids and I like seeing them play and I like seeing that type of stuff, my life has shifted focus. So if I start getting stressed at work, I try to take a break and focus on, you know, what my kids are doing and what's making them happy. You know, my daughter just got a new belt in Taekwondo, and like, why, you know, I try to mental image her going through testing and stuff like that to just completely change my mental focus off of what's going on, to just try to bring that level down.
To get that subconscious kind of layer of problem solving that off. You know, it's amazing how many patents correspond to bathrooms and showers, because these are the places where you're alone and can be left with your own thoughts, and inspiration comes when the other things are let go. Lindy, how are you looking at and handling stress in your work?
So I quit working on weekends. I was notorious, I mean, just constantly working on the weekend. You know, oh, I didn't get all this done, all my to-dos during the week. I'll just save them and I'll do them on Sunday morning or Sunday afternoon. And those are the times that you should be spending with your family. The other thing is, you know, on vacation. Take a vacation. Don't bring your laptop. I mean, it's so hard to disconnect. And I think to what Kat was talking about earlier, you know, to be able to disconnect from the digital world just for, you know, you're given vacation, take a vacation.
I went to Hawaii last week, and I had 400 or 500 emails in my inbox. So I thought, okay, I got 5 hours here. I'm gonna like burn through this and file these guys. And I got about halfway done, and they came to serve food, and I pulled out the tray table and hit my screen, and I just went, oh well. And in the past, that wouldn't have been an oh well experience. So that's a testament to the power of these tools to, you know, and choice, right? You're at choice. Like this, something can happen that can freak you out, like your computer's destroyed. But I just looked at it like, okay, I needed to take some time, and the universe has provided me with additional information that I'm not to be on my computer this week, and that worked out really well for me. So.
And Tom?
So I historically have a really bad ability of handling stress. It's not one of my superpowers, I guess. Well, I'll keep talking about superheroes. So when I am really getting stressed out, if I have the ability, I'll take my daughter to the library or go and tell stories. We like to make up stories and stuff. And if that's not a possibility, I can just go out and take a walk, because I've been working from home for the past year. So I do have that ability to just get out and walk around a little bit, just to get out and get away from the situation. But it's really hard, so I'm enjoying hearing these different techniques, because I definitely don't have it figured out. I just quit jobs and go find a new one.
If you lived where I live, that wouldn't be an option for you.
Yeah, no, don't do that. Don't. It's not a good thing. But yeah, so it's good to hear, and I'm going to be getting some of your cards. Thank you.
And I've got one more thing to add to that. One of the things I've done is I've actually talked to my boss and let my boss know what my triggers are at work so that he can be aware, a second person to be aware of it. But what it also has done is by him being aware of it and helping to bring me back, like on those, when you get stuck on something and I'll tend to just sit there, is with him being aware of it and trying to help me recognize it before I do even, I've become more productive for him, which then as a team we get more stuff done. So by bringing him in and letting him know how I have problems with different things, different groups or situations, number one, and then number two, how I like to be praised when I get projects done, it just has made me more efficient and it made our relationship better, working relationship and everything else. And it feels like, I want to do more stuff for him because he's got my back. So talk to your boss as well about those types of things, and you'll be amazed, if they're a good boss, at how well they'll receive it and how well it'll help out your situation.
And if they're not prepared to stand up, that is one of the places where you say this is another factor of a reason why I might not be working in the right place. It can be as simple as a poor fit between you and your manager. They say people join companies, but they leave managers. Give your own manager an opportunity to do a good job.
And during we have one-on-ones every other week, and at least one of them a month. So every other one, we talk about that stuff. So it's an open-ended conversation with us, and it should be. So try to set up that relationship if you can.
And how much do you guys work in teams where you can go side to side? So talked about having people that you go for a walk with. How much support from your peers rather than your manager above do you see?
A lot in my group. There's, like where I sit, there's a very good age range, so you can kind of tell like the ones who are willing to talk, and it tends to be the older ones who don't have the superhero and aren't trying to learn and prove themselves near as much. So it's kind of the people around my age or older that you can see that we all talk about other things outside of just work and try to support each other. That's what I've seen with where I'm at now.
Linda, your team?
I really don't have a team right now, but in the past, those techniques, I think I wish I would have done. I didn't, and I think that's kind of what led to knee-jerk reactions, because I didn't do those things. I didn't call those timeouts. I didn't take care of me or how I was handling my job, and I definitely did not have conversations with my manager. And I think that's really something to focus on, because I think that if you are a manager, take heed of that. If you're not a manager and you need that type of support, talk about love signs. These are work signs that you could really focus and really make it a much better environment at work, so that's not a job and you're not going and dreading going to work every single day. I think that's imperative.
And Tom, you've been working remote for the last year. How's that been for getting peer support from your colleagues?
My pantry is my closest coworker, and it listens to me nonstop. But seriously, it is a problem whenever you're wanting to get a break from the stress and you don't have a person to go to. If you do start working from home, lock up the pantry or something, because you might accidentally gain a lot of weight. But it is something to take account of, and it does get to you. It mentally affects you whenever you stand back and you realize, well, I've been working at a job for 10 months from home, either traveling or in my office, and look at me now. What do I have to show for it? And
so I had one final thought as we're running towards the end of time, which is that it's not just us. All of us have partners in our lives. There's somebody else who is very invested in our well-being. I've talked about how my wife at a couple of times has been unhappy, and it was because we weren't communicating particularly well. I've got to say right now, things are going extremely well. She's now actually involved in my work, which is the most wonderful thing. She's not too involved, which is even better. but it means that I can talk to somebody about work. I actually have a co-worker. Can you sort of drill into a little bit, basically, how that dynamic with your partner works and what does work with that? And I'm just going to go from this side across. Eric, how does that work for you?
This has been the biggest challenge in my life. Is I came from a family that's very blue collar. Nobody talks about their feelings. If you're not happy, you just need to go do some work or something, and then you'll be better when you're done, right? And my wife comes from a family where they talk about everything, and probably too much. So when we were dating and stuff, she would always ask, are you okay? And for me, it's like, yeah, but I wasn't, right? So talking to her has been the hardest thing I've had. Like, it was easier to talk to my boss than it was to talk to my wife. And that's because I think my boss can relate to what I'm going through better because he's in the industry than my wife could, who's a teacher. But they have their own challenges, so we can actually relate. They're just different words, but it's the same type of challenges. So I'm getting better at it, but I would say I'm still not very good at it. But that is one of the things that I've had to work the hardest at, is to be more open and talk to her in ways that we can communicate in not just IT terms, but more emotional and how I'm doing and stuff like that. So I'm getting better, but I'm still not good at it. But it's as I've worked through it, it's made our relationship even better.
I think to your point of, talking to your spouse or talking to somebody, the thing is not to keep things bottled up. You start bottling things up, and then all of a sudden they explode.
I resemble this statement.
I think that the biggest thing is, understanding or finding that person that you can, you're going to have those moments. You're going to explode, and you're just going to, blah. But then at the same time, finding that person that doesn't egg that on and build more fuel to your fire, because then all of a sudden it's not a good situation for anyone, and especially for yourself, because that even, I think in my opinion, it adds even more stress.
I had postpartum depression from my husband for about 4 years, and it finally took him researching what I was going through and telling me, like, you're not broken. I still love you. We can get through this. And if you have depression or chronic fatigue, I had back surgery, and you spoke about health and physical ailments. And for me, at 30 years old, this was years ago, I was a 30-year-old living in a 90-year-old's body. I slept all day. I had no joy at all. And there was a point where I didn't want to be alive. And it took him saying, no, this is a cloud. And I think what people don't realize is that they'll say, oh, you can snap out of it. It's really hard to snap out of it. And I'm more in tune with my emotions now, and I can say, like, I'm going down that dark slide right now. But having that support person who does not shame you and understands what you're going through and will be like, let's go for a walk, let's go talk to somebody together, because I'm right here by your side, and removing yourself from negative, toxic environments. I've lost a lot of friends over the years, but they weren't good for my health because they were always in a negative mind frame. I am so thankful for those hard times and feeling those really low levels of life and not wanting to be on this earth, because they really brought light into my life. And just don't judge what people are going through. Just be there for them. And
I think that's a general principle that I really like, is not judging other people. One of the things that my wife got really frustrated with me saying was, this is not about you. When somebody else is shitty to you, it's not actually about you. It's probably that they had a really bad day. They've probably had other problems, and they're just loading it on you. You can let it go off because it's not about you. You can just let go of it. Tom, how's things been, stress and your partner? How do you make that work, and particularly how do you help them to understand you?
So I talk a lot. I don't know if anybody who knows me, I'm pretty sure Ariel's been involved with this some. But if you get me talking or I have a open relationship, I'll just keep going and going and going, like the little dog in Looney Tunes that's just hopping around talking. So my wife hears everything. I'm just constantly talking about work.
So
And
what you're saying is the complete opposite of Eric, that he can't start talking and you can't stop talking?
yeah, I mean, I'll tell every secret I know of from myself if you sit around me too much. But then she can start picking things out. So kind of what I've been going through where I was having problems and not really wanting to be the superhero of operations that I was at the hospital I was working at, we had an opportunity where I could get into sales and do enterprise sales. And while I talk, I'm also not a great salesman. I don't think, like I did fine, but it wasn't what really drove me, what I really wanted to be doing. But we said, okay, well, you can try it. Here's a good opportunity. It's good. It can support our family. We can try it. The kids are young enough to where it won't make any big issues. And it really wasn't for me. It didn't match my personality. So I was given the freedom to be able to say, okay, well, we can go on and we can find something and get out of that. And so when I'm doing the job changes, it's always beneficial, but it's also what can I do to make myself happy so I don't annoy or don't talk so much negative about work and go all the time. So we've had a very good back and forth about that, where we are learning and know how to support me and how I can support the family, and not induce too much chicken little skies falling panic. So that's something too. Whenever you talk a lot, and a lot of panic can come out of that.
And I think there's another theme in there that it's not a done job, that it is always a continuous learning, both about yourself but also about your partner learning about yourself. Kat, how about you for you and John?
I like to say it's a practice. I've got multiple practices that I'm working on, but I think that takes away the desire to be perfect, right? Not that I'm probably not the only one there, and I don't have that as much because I've been working on it, but if I look at something as a practice, so this is my mindfulness practice, and I try to spend some time in the morning and some time at night, and guess what? Some days I don't do both. And that's okay because it's a practice and tomorrow is a new day. So we've got some tools here that we've shared on these cards, and my advice with these are practice with them, right? It takes, like the first time you try something, it's odd. It may not feel comfortable. So try it a few times, try it maybe 5, 6 times. But also there are 9, 10 different cards here. So there will be one that resonates more than others. So when you find the tools that work for you, put them in your toolkit, because everyone's different and we're all coming with different filters and different experiences, and so we're all going to respond a little differently. So it's almost like a science project, figuring out what is going to work for you, what tools are going to work for you. So we're here this week to help with that. So if anyone wants to come and talk to us, we can do that. But look at it as an experiment and a practice, and it's so much. It's more fun. It's more like science, right? Than okay, I'm going to be mindful now, right? That's
the other thing that I've heard talked about as a way of expressing how we work professionally that applies here as well, is that you should aim to suck a little less each day, and that was suck when things went silent, right? That say that expect that you're not perfect at everything, and just try to be a little less imperfect each day rather than trying to achieve that perfection. Thank you very much all of the panelists for joining us here. Do check out the vBrownBag blog post about beating IT burnout. There's some additional links there. There's links to this Eric's blog post, also the one that Eric Shanks has written. I think I found a couple of others.
And I'm doing my session at 1 o'clock on Wednesday, my presentation on my whole experience going through burnout and coming out the other side, and what I do now. So come by at 1 o'clock at the vBrownBag stage for that.
And that was really well received when you did that at the NDV Mug as well. Do grab some of the strategy cards. Remember, they don't just have to be for you. You can share them with your partner, share them with your boss if they need some help as well. And just generally have a better day. Thank you all. Thank you.
All right, hi. My name is Bernd. I'm going to talk about function as a service, real or hype. I'm trying to give some background on serverless in general or functions, and then, hopefully give a couple demos and give you guys an opportunity to ask me any questions you want. So I don't know what everybody's background is with functions, but I thought I'd start with kind of what is a function. So generally speaking, functions are event-driven. They're unlike a container or a VM that's kind of sitting around like a traditional web app, just kind of waiting for requests. They're generally completely idle, maybe even completely unscheduled. And then as events come in, they get scheduled, they get fired. Gives a sort of a better resource utilization model. Also, they're stateless. In order for them to be scaled all the way to 0 and then auto-scaled up to as much capacity as you have as needed, they need to be stateless. Because they have lower resource or a better resource utilization, because they're scaled to 0, you get a better cost model. Also, because the framework, the functions as a service framework, takes care of a lot of the infrastructure, coding, and knowledge for the developer. The developer can focus pretty much solely on line of business code and not on infrastructure, which gives sort of a better developer resource utilization. And traditionally, particularly in the public clouds, they're short duration. In fact, like Amazon Lambda will have a hard limit about how long a function can run. I think their limit is 5 minutes. Well, in the open source world, of course, you've got a little bit more control over the platform and over the environment, and so you can change that as you see fit. So you could have a function that could run for a very long time if you so desire. So this slide didn't turn out quite perfectly. Anyway, so what are use cases for functions? And this slide is really, I'm not going to go through all the items on there, also partly because you can't read some of them. But the point is that there are a lot of use cases. I don't see functions as a service or FAS as being like sort of a magic bullet to handle sort of your general application development use cases that I think a lot of people are kind of pushing for serverless. And I think that's where, to the question being asked in the title of this presentation, I don't think they're ever going to live up to the hype of being the be-all, end-all for general application development. However, there are a lot of use cases. All of these use cases are things that can be done with functions. Some of them are done very well with functions, and some of them can be, but maybe not. Maybe you shouldn't. Maybe it's better to run on a traditional sort of container or a traditional VM. So I kind of answered a little bit of why functions in describing what are functions. But one of the reasons that people are moving in this direction, it's sort of a progression that's been going on for a long time. We started with bare metal, and bare metal hasn't gone away, but a lot of those workloads, where appropriate, which for VMware's case was the majority of workloads, migrated to VMs when VMware made the VM sort of brought the VM to the enterprise. Now, in the past, I don't know, 5 or 6 years, we've seen containers kind of have that same trajectory where a lot of people, especially with new applications, are containerizing and using orchestrators like Kubernetes to build essentially almost all of their new applications on. And functions is sort of the next step. It's a microservice, well, it's a nano service, let's say. It's breaking the application even further. It's abstracting the infrastructure even further. A developer that's writing a function shouldn't need to worry about, what is a web server? How do I expose my code to the internet? Like, do I use Apache or anything like that? All they're doing is taking some code, submitting it to a framework, and then using the framework to, for instance, enable a HTTP endpoint that routes through to that function. However, functions in and of themselves aren't going to build your application. So this slide is the architecture for a project called Hello Retail, which Nordstrom built, I don't know how long ago, maybe a couple years ago at this point. But it was sort of, I guess it was more of an experiment about, hey, what can we do with Lambda and the surrounding AWS services? And what they did is they built an entire retail application, a very full-featured retail application, using functions as the sole method of compute. And as a whole, I would say this is entirely serverless, and with the definition of serverless being that you're leveraging all managed services and functions. So you, even though there is state, it's state via a managed database service and queue services and whatnot. And so the developer, from the developer's perspective, they're dealing with state. They're dealing with state, but they're not dealing with infrastructure at all. They're just using managed services, and any sort of business logic is in the form of a function. So, kind of a history. AWS introduced AWS Lambda in November 2014, which actually seems like a long time ago. And then it took another 2 years for Google and Azure to kind of come on board with their own function service. And AWS Lambda is still the predominant public cloud and predominant serverless and FAS provider today. And just recently, now you're seeing a lot of sort of explosion in the open source and on-premise development. You're seeing, like, we've got Alex Ellis and OpenFAS. OpenFAS is probably the most popular open source framework. That got brought on board, I don't know, I guess almost 2 years ago, or less than 2 years ago, early 2017. I'm running a group within VMware to develop a project called Dispatch. We open sourced that just in January 2018. And the CNCF got involved to sort of define, I don't know, standardize some things around serverless, including eventing. They produced a white paper February 18, and then Google just announced something called Knative 1 month ago, which I think is going to have a very large impact on all of these open source serverless offerings, and maybe even some of the public, well, certainly the Google public serverless offerings. And we can talk about that later if we want. So I'll give a quick overview of what Dispatch is, and then I'm going to give some demos. So Dispatch is our sort of serverless framework. We're taking a little bit of a different tack in that we're not just sort of trying to solve the problem of function execution and scheduling and execution. What we're trying to work on is really the surrounding services around the functions that are, well, we believe would be required to make a function service available to an enterprise. And so that means like building an event bus and making that extensible so that you can pull in events from external sources, because functions are event-based and they need to react to events from external services in order to really do anything. We have an API gateway. API gateway within AWS accounts for something like 80% of the function triggers for Lambda. And certainly, building REST endpoints or webhooks is a very solid use case for FAS in general. If I want to build just a simple like Slack integration, a simple webhook, I don't want to have to worry about like, okay, well now I need to put an Nginx instance on the internet and then manage that and configure that, when I can just use a service. I can use a framework to just take care of that. And I can also use that same service to take care of a whole bunch of functions and their ingress. We've got integration with Open Service Broker, and sort of another way to integrate external services and make those available to functions. And then we've got tenancy constructs and the ability to work with existing identity providers, including Google, GitHub, and VIDM. Basically any OpenID compatible identity provider. So with that, I'm going to go into a demo. This is a little last minute. I thought I was going to be able to have my laptop here, but I'm not, and so I moved over some files, and we're gonna try to do the demo from this borrowed laptop, and we'll see how it goes. So anyways, what I thought I'd start with was just sort of an intro to some of the dispatch concepts and sort of the hello world example. So let's see. I'm going to start with this hello.py. So within dispatch, we have this notion of we have this notion of base images. And base images are just really the operating system and the runtime. And so for this function, which is just basically a hello world, I don't have any dependencies, and so I can just use pretty much the base image, which is is also a image. The concept of image is really a way to take that base image and then extend it with any runtime dependencies. So in this sort of hello world example, I don't have any dependencies, but let's say I had a dependency on we've got here's this image right here, this Power CLI image is an extension of the PowerShell base image, but adding the Power CLI library. And in the same way, we can create, like if we had a dependency on the requests library within Python, we can create a image that contains that dependency. The advantage of sort of managing dependencies in this way is that for functions, I don't need to wrap up the dependencies with my function code. I can just worry about my function code, and the dependencies are captured in the images themselves. So once we've got images and whatnot, to create a function, we just do dispatch. /dispatch create function. Hello. Give it an image. And path to the. All right, so that's being created, and we can see what's going on. Oh, okay. Okay, so it's creating. What's actually happening in the background is we're taking that code artifact, and then we're layering that onto the image, Docker image, and then creating another Docker image which contains both the function and the underlying image. That image, or that function image then can be scheduled by Kubernetes and executed on demand. All right, so it's ready. We've got a path to our Docker image, and then we can now execute that function. Sec. All right, and so we've got our output. Our output is hello, no one from nowhere. If we want to pass input into this function, we can just do that with input, and name. And so now we've got, we've passed in our data. You can see that gets reflected in the input, and then the function code took that input and then created this output string. So now that's all interesting, but you can't really, build an application by triggering it from a dispatch CLI. So let's say we wanted to then link this function to an API endpoint. So dispatch, we've got this concept of APIs, and APIs, this is our management of the API gateway, which I sort of showed a little earlier. So dispatch, get API, should have nothing there, so let's create one. Dispatch, create API, get hello. We're going to link it to the function that's called hello. We're going to say, hey, I want to get to it at the path hello, and oops, respond to the get method. So now we've created an API endpoint. You can see that, okay, it's ready. It's going to be available at this URL. I need to now check exactly what host I'm on. So all right, so now if we were to curl this, oh no, that's not supposed to happen. Ah. Oh, it's get hello. Okay. Well. Thumbnail dispatch framework. All right. Well, unfortunately, the demo is not working. But the point is that this provides a relatively easy, when it's working, a relatively easy way of basically exposing your functions to HTTP. And this is a way to easily create just about any sort of HTTP interaction. I've got some other demos that may or may not work with regards to creating sort of richer applications. Let's see, like, I don't have. So let's see if this works. All right, well, I apologize. Not having my demo laptop has made this a little bit trickier than I had anticipated. Anyways, so I'll just end there. We've only got 5 minutes left, anyways. But I'll take any questions if anyone has any questions about functions as a service in general, serverless, what we're doing with dispatch, and even what we're even Knative, which I had referred to earlier. Say that again. Oh, is it typical that functions as a service is using containers? Yes, absolutely. Just about, in fact, every major function as a service is using containers under the hood. Even Lambda is using containers under the hood. Yeah, generally speaking, yeah. Yeah, so that I would say maybe not today, but this is something that is actually in progress and being worked on. So there's a CNCF effort within the serverless working group to define a standard called cloud events. And in fact, Azure has already implemented this, and so its event grid product will output cloud events and can push cloud events. And the idea being that with a standard eventing format, now you can all of a sudden, like, basically use services from just about any provider, and a FAS or any sort of listening service can interact with that because there's a standard format. And so, yes. Within the cloud events itself, so there's no standard around that, no. But the individual FASs will have, well, they will all differ with regards to what they offer security-wise. We're trying to take a more security-centric view of things. A lot of sort of the open source FASs are really focused on just the function scheduling and execution, and that's kind of why we built what we did. And then, of course, you've got the public cloud services, which are multi-tenant, multi-user, and absolutely have to have pretty tight controls over that. And so, in fact, that's one of the more difficult things with using something like AWS Lambda is you've got to deal with all the security groups and make sure that everyone along the way can talk to one another, which is good, but it also makes things a little bit difficult. All right.
Record the. You can record the web browser though, right?
Yeah. Anything here, fine.
Turn it on. It's better on than off. I'm ready.
Hello guys, welcome to our session. You here live and also the online people, thank you for joining. This session is about VMware NSX Automation Fundamentals. My name is Caio Oliveira. I'm an SBU Staff System Engineer for Latin America, and I'm based in São Paulo, Brazil.
Hi guys, welcome. My name is Thiago Koga. I'm also an NSX Staff System Engineer. I'm based out in Miami. So today we're going to cover a little bit about what we wrote in our book that's named VMware NSX Automation. We are not giving the hard copies here. We're going to give them on VMware booth. We're going to be signing tomorrow, Tuesday, at 5 p.m. on VMware at VMware booth. Okay, just to let you guys know. Right. So what is about, right? So what we're going to do now is giving you guys an introduction about what we're going to tell you.
Okay. So this book, right? Why this book? We know that automation for the entire data center is one of the top priorities of all enterprises, right? And who can read this book, right? For whom, who could be the readers that when we write, we think of? Could be managers that are planning on how to do automation in their data centers. Could be also technical decisions that need to understand the benefits, the challenges of automating the data center. And of course, this is for engineers. You have a lot of technical content in this book, right? And why NSX is the right answer for automation? First, it's an open platform that anybody can automate, anybody, any software, because we have open APIs, right? Also, it helps enterprise achieve the data center standards when we talk about IT automation, service-like experience, developer-centric IT, and is also actually has a lot of work in the community. We have a lot of, we discuss about, for example, Power NSX is a community tool that is open for anybody to use with NSX, right? Well, we have the pleasure to get the foreword written by Martin Casado. Martin Casado, for those who doesn't know who Martin is, Martin did in Stanford all the studies about, for example, OpenFlow. He's considered the father of SDN, and after he left Stanford, he created a startup named Nicira. Nicira was acquired by VMware in the end of 2012, 2013, and by this acquisition, NSX was born, right? Right now, Martin works at Andreessen Horowitz, and in this forward, I recommend it for everyone to read. He said in mid-2000, the demands on the data center were growing. They had to provision application and associated services in the time scale the customers wanted them. And NSX was designed with open interface and automation in mind, right?
Yeah, that's interesting because when we were talking about building this book or writing this book, we were like thinking about some concept definitions, right? So if you guys take a look on the chapters, we're going to talk about programmability, we're going to talk about automation solutions, but we're also going to talk about the orchestration. There is a lot of different companies, they talk about that, but in a different ways. And what we are trying to achieve with this book is giving a little bit of more information on any of those kind of definitions, so you guys can have an idea in terms of what we mean by programmability, how you guys can achieve that on your enterprise or in your company, what kind of automation we are talking about. So we are talking about the cloud, or we are talking about just creating a VLAN, or just creating a logical switch, or maybe a load balancing as a service. So those definitions are treated in the book. We are not going to spend a lot of time here, but some of those are misconceptions that we have in the field. We have heard from customers, and that happens a lot. Okay.
Okay, to start, before talking about HANA and NSX integrated with automation platforms, this is a quote from Henry Ford that is very common. If I had asked people what they wanted to have new cars, yeah, they would say fastest horses. This is a picture of the Fifth Avenue in New York in the 19th, right? And we can see that's only one car among a lot of horseback drones. And 13 years after, we only see one horseback car, right? And all the cars, that's the power of innovation. That's why we are using this code to see what's happening right now in the data center, right? And talking about networking challenge in specific, what companies are trying right now? They are trying, for example, to have a centralized and management control, right, that can expose the APIs, but will directly connect to the physical switches, the physical routers, to automate them, right? And sometimes this is require proprietary hardware. This is extremely hard to handle because, for example, you have to change all your environment, all your switches, all your routers. And beside of that, we know that networking depends on security, depends on availability with load balancer. This centralized need to talk to these devices as well, right? And this is extremely complex. This is one of the biggest challenges that enterprises are facing right now. And what we think that's a better approach, right, is to have this centralized and management control that has the open APIs for anybody automate, but we have this automation done in the hypervisor level, right? In the abstraction level of the virtualization. And you can use any hardware. You don't need to buy new hardware for do the networking automation, right? So the idea is to keep it simple. Well, regarding security, if we see today, security, the cybersecurity attack occurs in 4 phases. The first one is the intrusion, when the hacker enters in the data center, right? Then we have 3 other steps. That's the propagation when, oh, okay, I have now access to one single environment. Now I try to enter other with more critical, with more important information. After that, I try to extract the information, the data. I try to store that. And by the end, I try to do the exfiltration. I will, for example, erase all my footprints. What happens? Today, what we see that enterprises expend a lot of money in the intrusion phase. They buy, for example, a big firewall to protect what can enter and what can in my data center. But if we saw what are the losses that in which phases most occur, we see that propagation and extraction are the most affected, right?
Yeah, that's interesting because, for example, when we are starting to do this study to build this book, we have seen a lot of companies offer APIs, right? So if you look on the vendors, doesn't matter if it's a switch vendor, if it's a firewall vendor, everyone says, oh, I can do API. You can automate it whatever you want. But the important thing here is how well documented is those APIs. Because if you don't have the information regarding the API itself or how you can leverage that API, that it's it doesn't matter. It's not something that you can be useful. So with NSX, and you guys are gonna see this in the book, there is like we call CRUD, which means create, read, update, or delete. And all of those sessions or all of those commands are well documented. So if, for example, for instance, if you need to create a load balance, you know exactly what is the API call that you need to do. If you need to create a build a logical switch, you know exactly what you need to do. So we have like I don't know if you guys have seen, but an API document for NSX that describes exactly that, and not just that API document. We also have a RESTful API documentation that's available on GitHub that you guys can also leverage to automate your environment. So that leveraged me to the other point that we're going to discuss here. So that's the questions. So what do you guys think? Is automation for cloud only, or automation can be leveraged for something else? So during the book, we have seen a lot of customers, no, I don't need NSX to automate my environment because I'm not doing cloud. But that's not the question. NSX is not just for cloud. Automation is not just for cloud. So this is a myth buster that we want to, broke here and make sure everyone understand. That's not only for cloud. Why is that? Because if you take a look, we do have customers, they want to build like multi-machine blueprints. They want to leverage not just the templates they do have on the vSphere, on the vCenter, but they also want to create like a VLAN or a logical switch or a load balancing or a VPN, all those capabilities. That's what we call network services automation. So it's not just about building like a portal. Sometimes you use like OpenStack or vRealize automation that we're going to talk a little bit about that. But you can also leverage those APIs to build like we call network service automation. And also about the consistency policy. I don't know if you guys have heard, but there is one brand new product from VMware named NSX Cloud. And NSX Cloud is about that, right? So you have a consistency policy, doesn't matter if it's on-prem or if it's on Azure or if it's on AWS. So you have the same consistency. So that's what we're talking about when we are talking about NSX automation, right? And also we are talking about isolation between environments and also the full SDDC, the VMware software-defined data center stack. So we can go from here, from multi-machine blueprint, up to the way down, up to the full stack, and of course, talking about hybrid cloud, public cloud, private cloud. All right, so let's talk about VMware NSX with vRealize automation, okay? So I don't know if you guys are aware of that, but one of the automation products from VMware is vRealize automation, right? So when we were writing the book at that time, we have seen a lot of customers during our conversations, our meetings with them. A lot of them has VMware vSphere platform, right? So but they also have vRealize automation. And with that, what they are achieving, they are automating like you create a template on vRealize automation on your vCenter, and from that template, you can create a virtual machine from that template, and that's it. But what about the other things, right? So creating a virtual machine doesn't mean creating an application. So you also need network, you also need firewall, you also need a load balancing, you need all those networking services, right? And you also need the storage as well. So usually that time takes days, months, much more than months. So what we are trying to do here is, if you are doing this manually, you have to spend a lot of time. There is a lack of flexibility and all of that. But if you are doing that with the VMware SDDC and automated by VMware NSX with vRealize automation, the idea here is to have flexibility in on-demand services. So we are not talking about only creating a virtual machine or only create just a template, but we are talking about creating the whole application with all the networking services embedded in the application itself. So, for example, what I'm talking about, you guys know NSX can do logical switching, right? NSX can do logical routing with VRFs. NSX can also do logical firewall with the distributed firewall, with the micro-segmentation. We all heard about that, we all know about that, and also load balancing. But what about, for example, automating load balancing as a service? So if you are like a service provider, or even if you are enterprise, you can offer those services inside your house, right? So you don't need to be doing a lot of clicks and creating these manually. You can automate that. And also with vRealize automation, you can define like a service catalog where you can consume those services directly from there. And also you can have like a converged blueprint where you can say, for this specific application, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create a 3-tier app. I'm gonna put a load balance in front of it. I'm gonna have 2 pools. I'm gonna have a VIP. I'm gonna create a threshold that are gonna allow this, and that. I'm gonna create 3 logical suites. So you can define those blueprints, and you don't need to remain like configuring every single one of them manually. So that's the whole power of the NSX automation.
Okay, now talking about what's the integration between NSX and OpenStack, right? This is a draw that I wrote that's really common. That's okay, let's deploy OpenStack, right? Then when you go into the production, oh, and how about the VLANs? How about my security rules? How about my load balancing, right? And that's exactly, remember the last slide that I showed, that we can have a centralized manager, that's NSX manager, that will expose the APIs. Those APIs will be translated by an open plugin that you can download it in GitHub for the neutral APIs, the neutral that the developers love, right? And in that case, the neutral, when I say create a network, it will translate it in an NSX logical switch. Security groups will be translated in NSX, distributed firewall policies, right? This gets simple for the user to consume the neutral APIs. We'll have a scalable platform beneath the OpenStack solution. Also, regarding performance, it's extremely important when we're creating a lot of environments, a lot of workloads, right? Day two operations. What happened when, for example, an instance that I created on Nova, that's the project in OpenStack that create the VMs, right? When I have to troubleshoot what's happening in the network, what's happening in my services, why my service is not working. And of course, to provide a point of support and not only depend on the community, right? And I would like also to talk about the integration between VMware NSX and VMware integrated OpenStack. I don't know if you, this is a lot of people know, a lot of people are using, but we have our own distribution. It's an opinionated distribution that we integrated. We have all the dev core, all the main projects used by the OpenStack community, right? And we have Nova connecting through vSphere. Glance and Cinder is that like the storage piece can be connected to vSphere data store or even vSands. And the Neutron project is connected to NSX. What's the benefit of that? That all the features, all the other projects, all the other solutions that we have already in my environment, I can use for the OpenStack. So vRealize operations, vRealize logging site, vRealize networking site can be work seamlessly with this solution here. And a common question, when I use VRA, when I use OpenStack, or even both, right? I have my common infrastructure, VMware infrastructure, the SDDC, right? I have vSphere, I have NSX, and I have vSAN. Then I can have the connection that I showed in the last slide, Nova connecting to vSphere, and Neutron to NSX, and so on. And I can have the third-party tools or other projects on top of this piece, right? Then will be for the developers. I will also can have like basic IaaS for virtual infrastructure consumption, right? But in this case, I can have, for example, policies, chargeback, app lifecycle. I can have orchestration. Even I can have connection to public clouds like AWS and Azure and other clouds, right? This is the piece that vRealize automation will do for you, right? In that case, vRealize automation is a complete cloud platform, and OpenStack will deliver the APIs for developers or for whom are desire to consume primitives directly into the infrastructure, right?
Yeah, that's interesting because you guys can see that we are doing this not just for vRealize automation or not just for OpenStack. We are talking about in the book about the both solutions, right? And not just that. A lot of customers that we have, they are doing like with vCloud Director because they are like service providers, or they are using OpenStack distribution like Mirantis, or they are using Ansible, Puppet, Chef. So as NSX has a well-documented API, a RESTful API, all of those solutions can be used. So that's the main idea. And we are discussing any of those solutions in the book. That's good because we are giving examples on where the customers are using each of the solutions. So we talked about, like the last 15 minutes, we talked about what we wrote in the book, what happened with the book. But now we bring you a little bit of news that you're gonna see from now on in terms of automation and NSX automation.
Right. First is regarding containers, right? We have now a lot of people working and having containers in production, right? What happens if I have, for example, Docker? When I'm running an application, it's not a single Docker image or a single Docker container. I will need a lot of containers, right? So I have to create those containers. So what I actually need a container orchestrator. Right now, what's being considered the standard for the market is Kubernetes. So I can have a Kubernetes cluster, and then I will put every information about this application in a YAML file, and Kubernetes will take care of the creation of these various containers, right? Okay, awesome. For each container, I will have an interface for this container, right? Everything runs on Kubernetes inside the node, right, or the worker, right? What happens if I have two nodes? I need connection between the containers most of the times, right? So I need layer 2 overlays. I will need layer 3 service routing, firewall rules. I will need especially load balancing service on how to expose the services of these containers. And this is the power that NSX is going as well. So we can integrate it also with a container automation platform, right? For example, we have a fully integrated Kubernetes, as you can hear, this morning on the general session, right? Okay, what's the difference between our implementation and the open source, right? In the open source, I have different projects for each of these services. For example, for layer 2, I have Flannel. For layer 3 and layer 4, I have Calico. For load balancing, I can have either Nginx or HA proxy. If I need VM integration, I need to deploy a different stack, right? Also, troubleshooting tools. How I will have end-to-end monitoring between, for example, a VM and a container, or two containers. What's happening when two containers are not working? That is the power of NSX. We include all these features in a simple solution, in a simple and the same platform that you can run for the other use cases that we show it here. And I recommend that this is the register, an interesting article talking about how NSX is disrupting the container networking market.
Right. Another point that we're going to discuss here is regarding NSX Cloud, VMware NSX Cloud. So we have seen different departments inside the company. So we do have like marketing, we have like development, we have a lot of departments. And all of them, they want different approaches. They want different things from the infrastructure department. So what happened here is, how do we manage, how do we automate, and how do we secure those environments, right? So we have seen a lot of things happening with AWS, with Azure, with Google Cloud, and all of that, right? So the answer for that is VMware NSX Cloud with automated security. What I mean by that is we can do like a consistent security across those environments. So it doesn't matter if it's on private cloud, doesn't matter if it's AWS, Azure, or other future clouds that are coming, like Alibaba or wherever. The idea is to integrate those secure policies, and once you define that, that can be applied for any of those environments, right? So we are talking about automated security across multiple clouds. And just to finish here, we're gonna give the books tomorrow at 5 p.m. on the VMware booth. But we would like to acknowledge here all those people that are here and have been working with us, and some of them are behind there. But we also want to show 2 pictures here from our family that was our support. And the interesting fact here is, between writing the book and you know, doing all our stuff, our wives also got pregnant. So yeah, that's really new, and my wife is pregnant on that picture. So I don't know, man. It's outsourcing, right? Yeah. It's all about outsourcing. Yeah. And
okay, so guys, we hope you can go to the VMware booth tomorrow at 5 p.m. Get your free hard copy. We will be signing the copies as well, and thank you for all the participation. We'll be here around taking questions, and thank you again. Thank you, vBrownBag, as well for this space.
Thank you, guys.
Good afternoon. Thanks for joining Extreme IO vBrownBag session here today. My name is Chandamoy Mondal. I am with Dell EMC Storage Solutions team. Extreme IO is a purpose-built all-flash array that is designed from the ground up to take full advantage of the flash media. It offers consistently high performance with low latency, irrespective of the type of workload you throw at it, the number of workload, the life cycle of the workload. It also offers unique inline all-the-time data reduction capabilities, leading to very high storage efficiencies. And its modular design helps you to start really small from couple of SSDs to scale up and scale out with literally petabytes of storage in a single cluster. And finally, XtremIO is known for XtremIO virtual copies, which solves the copy data management problem in a very efficient way. It integrates with various applications with automation and orchestrations capabilities that leads to application admins managing their copies, creating snapshots, creating application consistent copy, and changing their application workflows. So let's take a little bit dive into all these four aspects. As I said, the basic unit of XtremIO is called an XtremIO X-Brick. It comes with 2 controllers and a DAE. You can start with as small as 18 SSDs, and you can keep adding SSDs to the DAE for a full X-Brick to offer up to 230 terabyte raw storage capacity. Now, when you need to grow further, you can actually scale out linearly, both for performance and for capacity, adding more X-Bricks into the cluster non-disruptively, scaling up to 920 terabyte of raw capacity. Now, when you consider the data reduction efficiencies, a single XtremIO cluster can go up to nearly like 5 petabyte of effective capacity. So as you see, you can start really small, but then scale up and scale out to petabytes of storage. How do we do it? Heart of XtremIO is what we call a content-aware metadata engine. Now, we do not store data based on their logical addresses. We actually do data placements based on the content. Think of it this way. As the data come in, we chunk them into blocks. And for each block, we apply a fingerprinting generation algorithm. This algorithm acts on this block of data and creates a fingerprint. Now, the characteristics of this is, if 2 blocks are identical, the generated fingerprint will be exactly the same. However, if 2 blocks of data differ even by 1 bit, the generated fingerprint will be completely different. There is no correlation. So this random nature helps us distribute the data evenly. And let me show you how it happens with a very simple example. As you see, here are various data blocks. There are 2 data blocks in blue that have the same fingerprint because they are completely identical. Now, if you look at it, these are hexadecimal numbers. And we can actually devise a pretty nifty addressing scheme so that we can distribute this data evenly throughout the cluster, irrespective of how large the cluster is. So it helps us, like when we scale, no matter how large we scale, we can have an inherently balanced cluster. We can completely eliminate hotspots from this entire cluster, and we can actually offer the same full performance to every LAN that is on the array. How we can make this happen? These hexadecimal numbers, the starting values of these hexadecimal numbers are 16, right? 0 to F. Now let's imagine a scenario where we have 2 X bricks with 4 controllers. So we can distribute these 16 hex characters into groups of 4, with each controller being responsible for 4 of those starting values. Now if I go back to my original example, you can see based on the first hexadecimal digit, we can decide which controller is going to take ownership of this particular block. For example, the first one starting with 2 goes to controller 1 of X brick 2. The last one, blue block, with starting digit 9 goes to controller 2 of X brick 1 of the lower left-hand corner. So as this data come in, we apply this technique and put these data blocks in the appropriate position. And because of the inherent randomness, it gets evenly distributed, spanning the entire set of controllers, entire set of SSDs. Now look at this duplicate data block, right? We have seen this data before, so when we detect the same fingerprint, all we need to do is update the metadata without actually writing anything to the SSDs. So for us, when the data is duplicated, we actually eliminate it, committing the writes from memory, and then actually just metadata updates in memory. So everything is done in the control plane itself for duplicate data, and we can offer faster writes when writes at the memory speed when duplicate data is involved. Now, how does this relate? The other part of this is we keep all of our metadata in memory. These metadata are very granular. Now, as we scale, all the X bricks are connected through an RDMA fabric. So the entire memory is effectively a global shared pool with all controllers having access to this entire memory pool with the same speed. This helps us for every controller to participate in every LAN, in every I/O processing, and keep the cluster balanced, no matter whether you have like 1 X brick or 4 X brick, so on and so forth. And it also has some benefits in terms of this data reduction technologies. We get this data reduction technology in memory inline because it's always done in the data path, almost as a side effect of this intelligent content-based addressing scheme. Now, where does it manifest? So for example, you need to clone VMs, be it in a VDI environment or a private cloud type environment. Now, when VA-AI Xcopy command comes in, for us, all we need to do is update the metadata in memory, because we do not write anything to the SSD layer unless it's unique. And by definition, when you are cloning, you are copying, there is nothing unique about it. So for us, cloning actually happens at memory speed in the control plane without touching the SSDs, without touching the data plane. So the beauty of the scheme is not the SSDs, but the 100% in-memory metadata and how we are managing it. And another side benefit is the extreme I/O copies. As I said, the copies, all it will involve is updating the metadata pointers in memory without consuming any extra capacity in the SSD layer. And these copies offer the same performance as the production volumes. And you can create any topology with these copies. In fact, you can actually get rid of your original volume and run workloads on these copies. So it becomes an efficient tool in the copy data management problem. So you have a database for each database, typically there are at least like 8 to 10 copies for test dev, analytics, backup, you name it. So with XtremIO's scale out performance and the XVCs, not only we make sure you can run all these workloads, all the copies in the same platform, but also we offer orchestration and automation with applications like Oracle, SQL Server, etc., so that the application admins can actually create those copies, not only create those copies, but also they can schedule, refresh, rollback, all those things. And using the REST APIs, you can actually automate these processes to create self-service for your IT admins. Now, as far as the VMware ecosystem is concerned, we have a lot of integration points ranging from our VSI plugin that is right in the vCenter. From your familiar vCenter interface, you can do all of your storage management and monitoring operations. Here I have a screenshot of the XtremIO vRealize orchestrator plugin. Using the plugin, you can actually create your storage workflows like volume creation or like creating copies, all those things. And for XtremIO, we have actually published a lot of these best practices as well as reference architectures. As I was mentioning, that small 2-controller 18 SSDs can actually host up to 4,000 desktops. We have actually tested it in real production environment and have published reference architectures that you can refer for your deployment purposes. So to sum it up, because of its intelligent 100% in-memory content-aware metadata engine, inline all the time data reduction technologies, you can consolidate not only your production workload, but also your test dev, reporting, analytics, a lot of these workloads onto the same platform, meeting your SLAs and lowering your capacity footprint, simplifying your infrastructure. So with that, with the time I have left, I'll take questions, and I know you have one. So yes, so the question is, suppose you have one X brick with data evenly laid out. Now you are adding another X brick, what happens? I keep claiming that it will be balanced, right? So what happens here? So as soon as you add another X brick to the cluster, the mechanism in terms of like which fingerprints will be belonging to which controller, that gets done, taken care of like dynamically right at that point. So all the data blocks that are coming in from that point onwards will be distributed according to the new address spacing. However, in the background, as like all the data that were in the original X brick, that will also be moved around so that when you are going from 24 SSDs to like 48 SSDs, the data will be eventually migrated over. But the key point here is, as this thing happening in the background, all of your applications will actually be able to get all the SLAs that they were seeing. There will be no impact to any of your SLAs, any of your applications. With the performance headroom that it has, it will be able to service not only the incoming IOs, but also the IOs that are necessary to rebalance the cluster once the new X brick is introduced. I'm out of town, so I'll take rest of the questions on the side as a courtesy to the next presenter. Thank you.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. Thanks. This is the vBrownBag on the vSphere 6.7 Readiness Assessment. My name is Chris Grossmeyer. I'm a director of product for a small little startup in Silicon Valley called Cloud Physics. I'm not going to get too much into the product side of things. We're going to talk about the upgrade process, the assessment side of things. jump right in right away. For those guys that are not already on vSphere 6.5 or 6.7, the process by which you get up there can be quite lengthy, quite involved. And as you've probably known, you've probably got a lot of vSphere 5, 5.1, 5.5, probably still in a lot of the environments. In fact, talked with a customer last night that's still running vSphere 4. This upgrade path can be daunting for a lot of you, and the decision whether or not you go to vSphere 6.5, 6.7, or even to the cloud is all part of this assessment discussion. So what are we really looking at? So why do we do the assessment, and what's involved here? We got a scope analysis. What is going to be the breadth of the resources we want to upgrade and potentially move? A cost risk analysis. Is it going to be painful for us to take downtime? Is there a risk of not upgrading for security context? The cost discussion. Where is it going to be cheaper? What's the cost of hardware, cost of software, and these resources? And obviously the last part, the alternatives. Do I move to the cloud, or do I keep it on premise and give myself some options here with the hypervisor upgrades? So as we go through early part of the assessment, there's multiple parts here. We really want to figure out our assessment needs. Who and or what do we need to upgrade? Is it end of support for our resources out there? Is there something that's happening for our hardware, new features and that we want to take advantage of? Old hardware no longer is available, and if you're still buying the hypervisors, you can't potentially run it on the old hardware out there. And then also end of support and complexities of solutions. You want to do virtual desktops? Maybe I can't go to 6.7 because I don't have the current Horizon release as well. Looking at the hardware out there, end-of-life hardware out there is typically a major problem for most organizations. A lot of organizations who are running vSphere 5.5 or 5.0 potentially are going to find that they're not going to have an upgrade path for that hardware to go to vSphere 6.5 or 6.7. A lot of the old processors and resources out there are going to have an impact on them. As well as storage. I want to go to 10 gig or 40 gig or InfiniBand or whatever the next solution is that's going to be out there for storage out there, or NVMe and get basic local flash. Assess the software. So again, if I'm looking at what's my data center solution out there, is my software going to be working with it as well? I have a backup solution potentially in the data center that works with vSphere 6 or 6.5. Is it going to work with 6.7? You're going to find that a lot of the vendors are a little late to the game. Now they're going to go through that validation process, so may not want to jump right in right away as well. There's an assessment of skills that's important here as well. Not everybody has all the talent inside their organization, so we want to find out, do we have the staff, do we have the time, and do we want to invest the resources of our own talent to do this activity? Or do we want to take the alternative route, find a partner, go find one of your large resellers and partners who's going to come in and do this assessment for you, hopefully fund it so you won't have to pay for this type of experience, and go through and figure out what resources are going to be inside the scope, what's the cost, where the benefit analysis is going to fall into this as well. And obviously there's that balance of time and cost. If I'm not in an urgent state, this can take a whole year. If I'm in a state where I want to get to a supported release because of federal regulation, and then support for vSphere 5.5 is coming up here this month or next month, we're going to be in a state where we're going to want to move things along a little quicker. So these are all going to be deciding factors for us in the assessment. We want to ask these questions early, communicate with the management, and sort of get the buy-in for everybody to be on the same channel, the same cost, the same sort of forecast here as we go through this. So why do we want to upgrade potentially? Is it new features? If you've been looking at vSphere 6.7, there's a lot of new functionality to the hypervisor. But at the same time, if we're going to go with those new functionalities, we're potentially going to be looking at new hardware. So if I'm out there looking at enhanced vMotion, or I'm going to go to the vCenter storage appliance or server appliance, quick boots and other services out there, those are all going to be things that are probably going to take new hardware, new solutions. Security is a big one for a lot of organizations. So if you're looking at TPM or virtual TPM, you're going to want to start looking at the hardware, because TPM 2.0 is a hardware-based solution that's going to be presented outward. So if you've got old hardware that's TPM 1.2, you're not going to have a 2.0 solution potentially as well. Universal apps and platforms out here. So NVIDIA, if you guys are doing any large compute or anything that's machine learning or anything that's graphic intensive, or the desktops that take advantage of it, new hardware is going to give you some cool functionalities we saw in the keynote, ability to live motion or vMotion, GPU workloads as well. Obviously that seamless experience per VM, enhanced vMotion. So if you guys have multiple chipsets in the environment, different editions or versions, I have old hosts and new hosts, and I have this idea that I need to have continuous availability, taking it down to a VM level versus per cluster. Again, features that I may want that may impact my decision to upgrade my cluster as well. Before you assess, a lot of little things that we want to go through and look at. So determine what features are going to be most important to us. If we're going to go to 6.5 or 6.7. Are you a hybrid cloud? or not. If you're not going to go hybrid cloud, maybe 6.7 isn't necessary for you. Maybe I can stay on 6.5. If I'm looking at the enhanced security or enhanced performance, 4K native blocks, I'm potentially going to be looking at going to 6.7. But again, it really comes down to that functionality. You're going to find that there's an upgrade path for old hypervisor versions and old hardware that will support vSphere 6.5. But you're going to find that there are going to be some environments that do not have support for that 6.7 as well. So we're in a situation where we have to sort of go through this assessment and weigh the value. Now, luckily for us, support for vSphere 6.5 and 6.7 are going to end at the same time. So as you go through and you're looking at which one's going to last me longer in terms of support, you don't have to make that choice. You can choose either one of them. You really can focus on the functionality more than focus on the end-of-life type discussion. If you're on vSphere 5.5, already today, you're going to be in a little world of hurt. There is no migration path for 5.5 to 6.7. You're going to have to take your environment up to 6.0 or higher and then take it up to 6.7. If you're a 6.5 Update 2 customer, good news, as of this week, the most recent update brought us the ability to take 6.5 Update 3 or Update 2 all the way to 6.7, Update 1. So there was some concern prior to VMworld here that maybe we wouldn't see that. We'd have to take VMs up to certain levels, or revs, or back them down to get to 6.7 for those infrastructures. Luckily, the updates brought that to us as well. Assessing your hardware is going to be a tricky step for most of you. Knowing whether an individual host is on the VMware HCL. There's a long list of processors that are no longer on the HCL for vSphere 6.7. So if you have an older host, if you're one of those guys that have a lab, you got a bunch of old workstations on the floor, you got old desktops potentially, or the little Nooks and type services, you're going to find that a lot of those are going to lose support for vSphere 6.7. So what we want to make certain we look at is what resources are out there. Now there's easy ways to do this, and there's hard ways. The hard way is to go out there and type in every machine and every processor and try and compare it directly against what VMware has on their HCL, or you can go to one of the partners, run some of these assessment tools that will actually inventory all the hardware, find all the processors, find all the PCI devices, and give you an ultimate list of this, how many hosts are not compatible with 6.5 or 6.7, and here are the hosts that are, and we can make that decision whether or not we're going to upgrade them or not. So we talked a little bit about this earlier, vSphere end of life. So VMware does a unique thing, 7 years for every product. The first 5 years are going to be technical support, general support, and after that there's technical support that you can get per contract. So if you are one of those shops that has to stay on a platform for regulatory reasons, know that at 7 years, VMware does end all support for that platform. So if you're one of those shops that is on 5.5, you can still get technical. End of technical guidance ends in 2020. So if there's a real critical issue out there or you want to do one-off support from them, you do have some time for those types of things. Just know that you're going to be paying for that. General support ends next month. So, let's see. Hardware versions. So virtual hardware versions is something to also consider. Most of us, when we deploy VMs, we build them from vCenter. We have our tools and our resources. We can go through and assess a virtual hardware. Now, a lot of virtual appliances come with old virtual hardware, version 3 and version 4. That's for backwards compatibility. So if we had a virtual appliance, we want to deploy it, ensure that it worked on those other environments. But if we're deploying those virtual appliances, they're going to have to get up to the most recent, they're going to have to be past version 4 to work in 6.7 out here as well. And so that's going to give us some backwards compatibility, but we're going to lose that compatibility if we go to 6.7, so we're going to have to bring our hardware back up in that virtual hardware layer. So you may have to shut down a VM, do a virtual hardware upgrade, may mean a change in drivers and a change in VMware tools for you as well. So just know that if you don't have control of the virtual appliance, you may have to find the vendor and make sure that that can be upgraded for you as well. It's nice to go through and get your assessment and do a quick discovery, find out what versions are actually out there for everything. Whether it was ESX3 through vSphere 6, it's worth taking inventory. Security is one of the better reasons why we're going to start looking at vSphere 6.7. So if you're looking at FIPS, so if you get a FIPS 140-2 certification, we get that out of 6.7. It's going to be a big reason for any of us on the government side to go ahead and do the upgrades. TLS 1.2 is now enabled by default, so no more support for 1.0 and 1.1. So we're going to have, obviously, security issues that we had for SSL in the past. Trusted platform module, so if you are a VTPM or TPM 1.2, if you want to go to 2.0, that's a hardware type functionality. So you want to confirm that your vendor has TPM version 2 support in the firmware. If it already had 1.2, likely it is not going to have support for 2.0. If you're looking for high-speed encryption and other activities out there, know that there's some overhead to these, so make and judge the resources accordingly. And TPM will require 6.7 in the host with TPM2 chipset if you're going to have that support as well. SSO is a must, so for those of you guys that haven't invested in single sign-on, 6.7 is going to have it, so if you've got an old environment, bring it up to SSO and make sure you have all the security credentials and the policies in place, and then bring it across. Find out what else is running out there in the assessment. Find all the NSX, find Horizon, and things like that. You want to make certain that those releases all have support for you at the same time. I'm going to run out of time here, so I'm going to pick up the pace a little bit. And big gotchas. vSphere distributed switch. Go through and make certain that you get to the current releases for the virtual hardware out there for these resources. Network I/O control, make sure you get an upgrade. vSAN configurations are going to have to fall into place, and fault tolerance, legacy fault tolerance, you're going to have to shut it down, reconfigure it, and turn it back on to take advantage of the new fault tolerance as well. vCenter upgrades, so if you're a pure IPv4 or a pure IPv6, no problem, but if you run both IPv4 and v6, you're going to have to make changes to your vCenter to accommodate that, so just know that in advance. The database is no longer going to be SQL. You're going to be going to Postgres. You're going to be making some changes in your databases for vCenter. And other services here behind the scenes, location services. So take advantage of automation, take advantage of auto deploy. Don't do this necessarily one by one. That's the hard step. And don't overlook the cost. So new hardware can get a lot more density out of it. So if we can get a lot more hosts out of the environment and get down to the fewest number, get fewer processors, fewer licenses of vSphere, we potentially could pay for our upgrade at the same time. And take advantage of, maybe it's more cost effective to move to the cloud. So do the cost analysis for the workloads that you're looking at as well in this level of assessment. And reminder, fill out the surveys. I'm going to run out of time here. Leverage your partners. Get a free assessment where you can. Like I said, Cloud Physics, we do offer a tool out there in the services from our side, but we do have a lot of strategic partners who are doing this service out here. So find somebody on the floor, go talk to them, and see if you can get a funded assessment to do your own assessment in the infrastructure. Open it up for questions and stuff. Also, just as a quick note, there is an assessment booth on the far side of the VMware Village over here. So if you want to talk to somebody specifically about an assessment, we'll be on the other side of the VM Village over here. So stop by and ask us questions as well. Thanks for the time, everybody. Have a great day.
Hi everyone, my name is Chris Nakagaki. I work in the Office of CTO at VirtuStream. I just wanted to do like a 1-100 session, just to talk about, PowerShell, typically synonymous with Windows, but that's no longer the case. And actually, if you read a lot of what Microsoft's doing, going forward, they're going to be focusing something called PowerShell Core, which is basically their open source version of PowerShell. One of the cool things about it, licensing-wise, it's an MSA license, so it's pretty flexible in what you can do with it. So you can redistribute and do all kinds of things with it. So especially if you come from a Windows background, it makes things immensely easier to be able to go onto Linux, Mac, whatever, and just go straight PowerShell. Majority of things work. Some things are a little bit weird, especially if you go into the deeper dive stuff. But for the most part, you can go to GitHub, or even search on Google for PowerShell Core, and you'll see there's several different supported platforms, including Windows, because it is actually a separate, different version. So like I said, it works slightly differently, but most people won't notice the difference until you start going to the deeper dive stuff. What I'll go ahead and demonstrate for you, like I see, unfortunately I didn't get time to record a video, but there's 3 different, I'm demonstrating the Docker, Ubuntu, and Mac, and it's actually very easy to do these installations. Docker is probably by far the easiest, simply because you can download the Docker installer, install it on your computer, and then simply just do docker run -rm, which is basically remove the Docker container, IT VMware /power CLI core. Now what that does essentially is it downloads the Docker container from the Docker repository, does this all automatically, so as long as they have internet connection, that's all you really need to do. Once you do, it immediately throws you into the Power CLI prompt. The cool thing with a Docker container is that you can do a get module and list available. And what VMware has done, and I'm just listing a subset here because it's like a really long list. They pre-built essentially a Docker container running Photon with all the Power CLI stuff. So if you want to get up and running, boom, that's your easiest way to get into it. Now, if you want something, a little bit more native to the operating system that you're running on, so Ubuntu or Mac, for instance, the instructions all lay it out. Basically, you have a couple different ways you can do it. You can download the package, which is essentially like an executable or MSI in Windows terms, install it that way, or you can use package managers that are typically available in Ubuntu, in CentOS. So Ubuntu is like apt-get, CentOS is yum, and you basically just type in the apt-get and say apt-get PowerShell, downloads everything from Microsoft and installs it for you. And as you can see here, and I have the modules already installed, and I'll go into the next slide of just installing the modules yourselves. But same thing with Mac. Mac has an unofficial package manager called Brew, and the Microsoft actually recommends you use the package managers because it ends up being a lot easier to do upgrades and whatnot. It's simply just typing in your package manager, apt-get, sudo, or not sudo, yum or brew, and just say brew update PowerShell, and it'll update it all for you. So as you can see here, I downloaded in Ubuntu pwsh to run PowerShell core, and then I can do a git module, and I have it all there. Same thing with macOS, brew cask install, run pwsh, and now I'm in my PowerShell window, and I can run git list a module and have all my modules. The one module that doesn't quite work with Power CLI core yet is the SRM module, although I'm understanding that they're continuously iterating and probably will get that feature functionality out there. So on the Linux and Mac side, it's, like I said, it's not as easy as a Docker container. You have to actually run it. So on the Mac side, you basically, Mac or Linux, you just run pwsh, launches your shell, your PowerShell. And then from there, PowerShell Gallery is available, and there's a commandlet called install module. You just simply say install module, vmware.powercli, and I added PowerNSX because this was listed as an NSX category. And that'll install both modules for you. Once you have those modules downloaded, then you can just simply connect and do whatever you want. One of the cool things, though, if you really wanted to mess around with Docker and make your own Docker container, you can actually look at the example that VMware provides on how they built their Photon container. And it's actually pretty simple. So I actually made a Docker container file, a Docker file running Ubuntu. Just because I was curious on see if I could do it. And yeah, you basically just put it together, and it's almost like literally putting together a shell script of download Ubuntu, here are the packages needed to run PowerShell, and run PowerShell, and it's done. And now you have your own personal customized Docker container. And I have the list, the Docker file example there. It's kind of cool because Alan and Jake Robinson are the ones that wrote a lot of that Docker file, so you can see what kind of workarounds they had to do to make it work on Photon. So it's a really good example to look at. Here are all the references that I have. As far as the switches are concerned in Docker, I had a real hard time trying to understand why the switches are the way they are. And I do have that on my blog, so if you just look for Docker, you can actually find it. And it'll list out exactly what each individual switch means and what they do. And then, there's the PowerNSX repository. It is open source. It is all based on PowerShell. So you can actually, if you find something wrong with like a PowerNSX type of commandlet, you can download the entire source, make your changes, push them back up so that they'll go ahead and implement it into PowerNSX. Now, PowerNSX is NSX for data center only, or NSXV. But it's probably the closest. It's definitely a lot easier than the NSXT stuff. So if you're using that, cool. And it is open source. Definitely recommend going and doing that. I actually pushed one myself because there were some SSL validation problems I was dealing with, and they're pretty active on it, so they're always looking at the pushes and comments and whatnot. One of the biggest things, and I don't have it on here, one of the biggest things, though, if you've never used or if you use PowerShell, right, you have to typically go in, you have to RDP through a system, right, and run PowerShell to get some information. One of the cool things with PowerShell Core is, since you could put on a Linux system, you could technically just run PuTTY from your iPhone or whatnot, SSH into that box, and run PowerShell, right? So then you can get all your information and do all kinds of things without actually having to RDP onto like a small iPhone. So it's really cool for like day 2 operations and whatnot that like, oh, you need that information? Or you can be having your scripts hosted on there and just run it. Other things, and I've been playing around with this later and I'll post it on my blog, and there was already an example out there, but a guy made a REST API endpoint with PowerShell that runs a PowerShell script if you do like a get or if you do a get against it. So it's a really cool example. There's all kinds of security things, code injection, all kinds of stuff, but for exploratory purposes, it was kind of interesting. So I kind of worked with that model, and I needed to do like something like I needed to get a JSON input in order to run my script so I can get a bunch of variables and whatnot. So I made a little, I used that, and I made it so that you can do a get or a post, and if you posted a JSON, it would take all the variables and run that script with the variables that were provided to me. One of the other cool aspects of it, and like I said, I'll post this on my blog. I don't have it here because I wasn't sure if I could do an interactive demo, so I was going to do an interactive demo. But if you wanted to get information on demand, so one of the things I used to do in the past, I used to use IIS and PowerShell, a scheduled PowerShell script to basically produce an HTML file, so that way people can see like the environment. With this, it's kind of cool. I can just run that script to run basically the endpoint, and if you just went to the web, if you just went to that server URL, you could essentially, a get is essentially just, you're just calling a website. You could essentially put that, I could put my report script in there so it would run on demand the minute you would go there, rather than it being like a scheduled thing. So kind of a little cool thing to play with. I definitely recommend looking at it, especially with Linux being available. You can kind of get rid of your Windows licensing, so you don't have to deal with that type of stuff, if you have to deal with it. Some people don't, but that's pretty much all I had. Make sure you're filling out your surveys so you can win a card or whatever. Does anybody have any questions related to PowerShell Core or even VirtuStream? I'm not trying to go into VirtuStream talk, but if you want some of that information of what we're doing, cool. Not? What are the limitations of PowerShell? PowerShell Core? Limitations, so some limitations I've noticed are specifically with certs. So if you're going and doing like, let's say, an invoke a REST API call, or using invoke REST method, and you do that against a invalid cert, it kind of becomes a pain. Or if you're doing some custom cert validation. They do have a switch now that says basically avert that. But then there's also things like if you need like the DNS commandlets in Windows, those aren't available in Core. So various different things. However, a lot of the .NET Core, which PowerCLI Core is based on, you can get around a lot of things. It just becomes a little bit more advanced than a lot of people are used to. But there's workarounds. All right, they're telling me I have to wrap it up. So any other questions? All right, well, thank you for attending.
Hi. So my name's Craig Waters. I'm a product manager for Pure Storage, and I'm not going to talk about Pure at all today, but what I want to do is I just want to give you like an introduction to NVMe. I use it quite a lot in my job day to day, and I just wanted to kind of give you some background on it. So this isn't going to be a product pitch. It's just more going to be around what's NVMe, what is it about, why is everyone talking about it, what the benefits are, and really like to kind of give you some insight into how you'd use it, how it could be of interest to you in your organization moving forward. So I've got to start, I've got a bit of a taxonomy picture here, so I've kind of got to start around just kind of determine some of the terms that are typically used and what they translate to when we talk about NVMe. So, like typically there's like three kind of like transports that are used, like SATA, SAS, PCIe, or it could be like Rocky or something like that. And they kind of like equate to a command set. So you're probably really familiar with AHCI. That's typically what a boot partition on your server would run from. You've obviously got then SCSI, traditional storage transport, and then we've got this new guy at the bottom here, NVMe, and really they're the kind of if you like, the translation of terms for when we talk about command sets versus transports. Yeah. So in this case, we're going to talk a lot about NVMe replacing SCSI, and then PCIe or one of these NVMe over Fabric terms replacing SAS. So just want to kind of get that really clear, yeah. So why NVMe, right? So you're probably going to find that pretty much any device you use today, phone, laptop, all those consumer grade products already use NVMe. It's already been utilized, yeah. What's interesting is that now NVMe is kind of hitting the enterprise space, and that's kind of unusual because normally it's the other way around. Normally these kind of technologies are tried and tested in the enterprise before they become consumer grade products. So that's kind of an interesting kind of change to what you normally see. I'm not going to go into why that is at this point in time, but you probably got a few opinions on that. Really, the value that NVMe is kind of bringing to you is this concept of parallelization of I/O. I've got some more slides to kind of talk about that a bit more, so I'm not going to kind of cover it too much, but that's kind of the real big difference with NVMe is that we're traditionally with these serial products, you've got a single channel that you're running I/O through. With NVMe, it's a parallelization of that I/O, and that kind of brings out a ton of kind of benefits, yeah. And really, the other piece really is around this idea of like there's a bunch of new technologies that are being used right now that traditionally haven't been considered when the likes of SCSI and stuff came into play, So, multi-core CPUs is a good example, high density SSDs, Flash is like, we can get some really high density now in Flash. How do we drive the performance out of something that's really dense, what the challenges are around that. We've also got some, new memory phase change technologies like 3D XPoint, although even they're having, kind of some stumbling around being adopted in the market right now. And then also, a good enabler for this is around the very last one, around high-speed interconnects. So, we're seeing networks now, supporting 50, 100 gig Ethernet. It's much faster and much more larger bandwidth than some of the traditional storage transports, about 100 meg, 1 gig, those sort of things, yeah. So NVMe, I think really kind of what's important to kind of consider with NVMe is that it's bridging this kind of price point. You've got this gap between your spinning Rust and DRAM, and we've seen SSDs kind of proliferate into this space, and really NVMe is an enabler for that. Because what's going to happen is that as SSDs get bigger, it's going to become just like spindles on spinning Rust. And what I mean by that is that as the capacities get larger, the actual performance of the drive is going to reduce, yeah? And you can see, I've got an example here of like, where we start off at really high IOPS at a small capacity. As the drive actually gets larger, then you can see that the high IOPS actually reduce considerably. And that's really the problem with SSD in its current form, where it's been encapsulated in, and pretty much fooling the controller into thinking that it's accessing a spinning disk. When in actual fact, what we're doing is we're using the controller to kind of, the firmware on the controller to actually kind of fool the underlying system into thinking that it's a spinning drive when it's not, it's actually SSD. So there's a massive bottleneck brewing here. And this is what I mean by this is that, with a SATA storage architecture, it's a single channel in SAS that's connecting all these SSDs. And that coupled with the size of drives, we're it's quite a while ago now, but Seagate kind of announced a 60 terabyte SSD. It's awesome from a density perspective, but the performance of that, you can see there, it's 400 times slower per gigabyte, yeah? So, how's that going to work, yeah? And what I've done here is I've kind of shown the, basically what the components that make up the flash translation layer from the device, the flash device itself, through to the controller. And you can see here over SCSI, there's a lot of translation that's going on here further down in the block layer. And this kind of equates to more than half times the amount of milliseconds for that I/O to be driven. Now, you look at that and you think, well, microseconds, what's like 2.8 versus 6? It doesn't seem much. But when you parallelize that over hundreds and thousands of I/O commands, all of a sudden that latency becomes super important. So what I wanted to do was kind of show the comparison between a traditional kind of storage architecture and then what NVMe kind of provides as an example. And you can see here, like the challenge with SATA is you have this single queue. There's one channel and one queue for all those SSDs to share. And that's kind of where you're going to see this bottleneck occurring. Whereas from an SSD, I'm going to just come straight over here. From an SSD perspective, you actually have a direct memory mapping from the core of a CPU all the way through to the SSD, the NAND flash chips that are on the SSD itself. So you've got that direct one-to-one mapping, and it basically means that you can parallelize I/O across all those SSDs at the same time, better utilizing the cores on your processors to actually drive I/O in your infrastructure. Yeah? So that's kind of an architecture for PCIe, which is direct attach storage. But what about if I want to use remote, like if I want to use NVMe over Fabrics, for example? So really what NVMe over Fabrics kind of brings is that it really eliminates this kind of idea of the outside the box penalty. And what I mean by that is that with DAS, I'm bringing the CPU to the storage directly. And that means we can get ultra low latency when that I/O is being transmitted between, when a process is being completed on the CPU and then how that's being flushed out to disk. Whereas with NVMe over Fabrics, we're actually adding about 10 microseconds on top of that process. So even though we're going over a fabric, we're actually not changing the performance of that I/O at all, yeah? And the other kind of key consideration here as well is that when you're using technologies like RDMA, you're actually reducing the amount of CPU. So that CPU that you're using to drive your hypervisor and your virtual machines is dedicated to running those workloads. It's not actually being used to drive the I/O of your VMs onto the storage system as well. So there's a huge benefit that you can gain from that processing being offloaded into your, either your NIC or your HBA onto the storage system, as opposed to it being utilizing CPU that's running on your server itself, yeah? And then the third one there is just kind of showing, like a parallel architecture where you've got applications and servers using NVMe to drive the performance out of the storage and out of the flash modules that you're running on your storage system itself, yeah? So you're getting parallelization all the way through the stack. It's not just from from the host to the storage array, but it's also within the storage array to the flash drives themselves as well. So RDMA, remote direct memory access. What that means is that, what we kind of showed in the last slide is that the CPU on your hypervisor, on your operating system, is not being used to drive I/O performance. It's actually being taken out of the equation completely. And instead what's happening is that I/O is being driven directly from the end storage device. Now, NVMe over Fabrics comes in a couple of flavors right now. InfiniBand, we're not kind of seeing that much at this point in time. First off, it was kind of considered to be a good transport for, you're actually seeing stuff around TCP as well, which is kind of becoming quite interesting. But predominantly, there's kind of two main kind of contenders for NVMe over Fabrics. And so the first is Rocky, which is RDMA over Converged Ethernet. So that's using your standard Ethernet adapter. It's taking advantage of things like 10, 40, 50, 100 gig Ethernet. And then the second one is Fiber Channel over NVMe. So that's, again, it's taking advantage of new, performance technologies around fiber channel for 32 gig E, those sort of things as well. But they're kind of the two main ones. The interesting thing with Rocky is that a version 2 of Rocky was announced fairly recently, and that supports basically routing of NVMe traffic. So Rocky version 1 was just like a direct attached device, so you'd have your server connected to a top of rack switch, which would then in turn be connected to your storage array. Whereas with V2, you can actually route that traffic, so it can actually have multiple hops. So it's kind of layer 3 versus layer 2, that kind of thing. So I wanted to, just kind of show you what the packet of a NVMe kind of traffic looks like, and then also show you how you identify it, because it's actually quite familiar when you see NVMe being used. But I think it's quite interesting. They have the concept of a capsule, and you can see here, you've got local NVMe, which is like using you've got your NVMe transport, which is using a local bus through memory into a PCIe connection, and then you've kind of got your NVMe over fabrics on the right there. So again, it's encapsulated, but it's kind of different in how it actually is presented versus fiber channel, versus InfiniBand, Rocky, and iWorks, another implementation as well. But like I said, with NVMe over fabrics, typically it's Rocky that's been the predominant one for Ethernet, and then obviously fiber channel for fiber channel as well. But if anyone using iSCSI in the vSphere implementation at the moment? Okay, so everybody knows what an IQN is, yeah? Okay, so when NVMe is supported in vSphere, for example, you actually see it listed as an NQN. Okay, and it's kind of managed and configured exactly the same way as iSCSI. Just the difference is that it's got an N at the beginning instead of an I. So the things that you do today when you're dealing with IQNs and iSCSI will continue to be the same things when you're dealing with NVMe over fabrics with Ethernet. Similar to like if you were doing NVMe and it was fiber channel, you'd be dealing with WWNs and those sort of things. So those things don't change, and that's what's kind of really important with this, is that it's a change in protocol, but the transports are actually very similar still. There's no real change to how you do fiber channels, no real change how you do Ethernet. It's just it's just the drivers that are running on either your storage system or on the hypervisor that kind of determines and supports NVMe as a protocol, yeah? So the similar diagram as what I had before for PCIe. I just wanted to show it with NVMe over fabrics, and you can see again, similar constraints around SAS and SATA being like a single queue. In this instance, we've got multiple HPAs, but again, they're kind of accessing SSDs in a single queue, and then we have a single queue up into the for each of them into the actual CPUs. And then again, with NVMe over fabrics, we have that connectivity from the host into the network medium, be it fiber channel or Ethernet. But we have that parallelization again. That every single CPU core has a direct correlation to an NV RAM module within that SSD or within that whatever that storage device is that you're using. Yeah, it's a massive parallelization that you're getting from that interconnect. Yeah. What NVMe over fabrics does, because okay, so it's really cool to see all this, but it's kind of like, well, what's the point of this? What's the value of this? So what you see today is you see like traditional DAS architectures being used, particularly for scale-out applications. So if you're doing things like analytics, like Hadoop clusters, those sort of things, you'll typically find that this is the architecture that's used. But the challenge with this style of architecture is that you're having to scale compute and storage together. And you can see the example here is like with a DAS system, I've got many SSDs or many storage devices on a per node basis that I'm having to manage and maintain. And they're coupled to the CPUs on each of those nodes. So if I'm scaling capacity, I've got to scale CPU at the same time. I've got no choice, yeah? Whereas what NVMe over fabrics can do, because we've like eliminated that out of the box kind of performance constraint around having a shared fabric, it basically means, and I'm sorry there's a pure storage array there, that wasn't intentional, but it's to show that you can have a shared storage system that can drive exactly the same amount of performance, and you get all the benefits of a shared storage system. So you get all your your data services, your snapshotting, all those kind of capabilities. And it basically means then that with a shared storage system, I could have multiple Hadoop clusters or multiple DAS-based clusters that I would traditionally use with DAS, but I'm getting that shared storage availability. I'm getting all the benefits of shared storage and not having to manage the application on a per instance basis, yeah. So just to kind of consolidate and kind of finalize and just recap on these benefits. So in NVMe, there's three kind of big things here. One is the performance, obviously, higher throughput, lower latency. The other is freeing up your CPU cores in your compute nodes. So some of those CPUs can actually be used to consolidate further. It can give you more density in the compute, but also it means you maybe need to buy less CPU as well. So maybe you don't need as many many compute nodes as you're running today based upon SATA and SAS constructs using serial. And then the last one, which this is inevitable. This is going to happen. Like SSDs are just going to get bigger. That's all that's going to happen. Yeah. So it's really important to adopt things like NVMe to kind of be able to provide that, so that you don't get a similar situation. So with SATA SSDs today, we're actually coming to this point where you're having to go and bundle, a bunch of SATA SSDs, similar to how you'd bundle a bunch of hard drives in spindles to get the spindle count to get the performance out. That's beginning to happen now with SATA SSDs as you kind of drive a larger scale capacity. Yeah? Whereas with NVMe, you could have a really small subset of drives, like 5 or 10 drives, and you can provide the performance all you need. You don't have to have that spindle count similar to spinning Rust. So that's it. Thanks very much. If you've got any questions, I'm happy to have a chat. I'm just going to stand over here, but appreciate you having a listen, yeah? And vBrownBag rocks, and I'm really happy to be presenting today. So thank you, yeah?
Hello, and thank you for attending. Today we're going to talk to you about the VMware Center for Advanced Learning Advanced Architecture course. But first, before we get into that, I'll give you a little bit of background about us. My name is Damon Bear. I'm a Senior Solutions Architect for Scalar Decisions. I'm a vExpert for 4 years and a vExpert NSX for 2008. I'm based out of Canada, and I work for a company called Scalar Decisions. I'm also vMUG leader for Toronto. And
so I'm Jonathan Copeland. I'm also a Senior Solution Architect. I work for Connection IT, and I'm based out of the San Antonio area. I've been a VMware vExpert for the last 7 years and a vExpert for NSX for the last 3 years. And so I cover a number of various areas, including all about the data center.
Great. So the first thing we can talk about is the Advanced Architecture course and what it is. It was created as an initiative by VMware to create a standard process and methodology that can be used by both VMware internal staff as well as partners, so that we have a consistent approach when dealing with customers, that we can translate business problems into actual solutions. Now, this consisted of a 2-week intensive course, and when I say intensive, I mean it was really intensive. It was 12-hour days where we would do a full day in class and sessions, and then after that we would do some work in the evenings as well over dinner. We did this over the course of 2 weeks. So just to give you an idea of the people that went down there, were senior architects from various partners around the world, as well as senior architects within VMware from all different business units. So we had people that came in from overseas, from Saudi Arabia, from
everywhere but
Asia.
APJ.
Yeah, all over the place. So some of the things that we did over there is we did a deep dive into the entire portfolio of SDDC, EUC, PKS, everything you can imagine, everything that VMware does, we dove into it. And we had the product owners and the lead engineers from each one of these different business units that came and actually talked about it. And they talked about things that you don't normally see in marketing or regular education classes. So it was really great to get access to this top level tier of people. We also did some live fire training, and we one thing that we did, which was really good, is we went through a process of mapping out business problems over to actual solutions that we can employ. And the method that this is the method that we use. First, defining the business problem, determining what that business problem is in terms of an IT problem, then figuring out what IT capability is needed to overcome these issues, then come with a business outcome. The key thing about this is that product was not the main thing. So it's not like we had a solution and we were trying to find a problem. It was understanding the overall business problem and then turning that into a solution. Then whatever came out in the end is what was the best fit for the customer. So there was three pillars of business relationship from IT to business. First, there's the infrastructure provider, where you drive efficiencies, reduce CapEx. And then there's a business partner, where you accelerate growth and start working a lot closer with the business. And then once you reach a certain level, then you can support a digital enterprise, where you can create new business models and really do things that are groundbreaking. Now, some important things about this is that in order to reach the next level of business partnership, you need to ensure that certain dependencies are met. And I'll talk about these over here before I go to that. So as you increase the capabilities of each one of these pillars, where there's an infrastructure provider, a business partner, digital enterprise, you need to meet a certain amount of prerequisites. So for instance, with the infrastructure provider, first you need to ensure that you have virtualized everything. Then you've created a private cloud environment. Once you hit that level, then you can provide infrastructure as a service. But if you haven't reached a certain level of maturity as an infrastructure provider, you cannot advance to that next level of business partner or to support digital enterprise. One of the big issues that the companies have is they have a great vision of what they want to do with their business, but they haven't gone through this dependency mapping process, so there's no way that they'd be able to achieve their vision. So through the Advanced Architecture course, it really helped us map out how to get from the business problem, mapping out the dependencies over to the actual business solution.
And one of the interesting things when you're talking about this, because we weren't talking about product within this, it allowed us to really talk about those capabilities and maturity within each of those pieces of the business, and not focus upon how does this product deliver it, which allowed us to focus on what is the best of breed within each one of those and bring that in. So if you were missing a specific area, you could go deeper into that and mature that and then move on, because each of our businesses need to move to a certain digital economy. We know that no matter if we're a manufacturing business or anything, but we had to get to a certain level to be able to deliver that. And so this helps us map that out.
And one of the great things about mapping this out when you're working with clients is that it allows you to build a long-term roadmap, so that you can say that in order to achieve these capabilities, these are the things that you need to do within your organization. These are the technologies that you need to be comfortable with and have the support infrastructure for that.
And on the bottom there, you notice that it's actually got several things that are underpinnings. So there's some foundational levels that go all the way across that you must have. So you must be able to support your end users with the consumer side of things, whether they're internal users or external users, but you also have to make sure that all of that has security baked in. And so we've seen that within the VMworld conference this week, how they're saying security is intrinsic. This was actually well before that. We've been talking about that even without a solution or without a product there. This is focused on security at the base.
So taking this back over to our internal companies and working with customers, some things that the customers are saying once we take this approach are that they've never looked at IT this way before, or they can't believe that we've actually come up with a strategy and solution without leading first with a product. So it's really changed the way that we've approached our dealings with customers and the way that customers are able to achieve their solution goals. So Jonathan, maybe you can talk about...
Yeah, so recently, just less than a month ago, I actually went to a customer. We've delivered this a couple of times now, who sat with a customer for about 4 hours, no charge for the customer, because it's a VMware program that we're doing. We go in, we ask for two things. We ask for two groups. The IT group, some IT managers with some of their teams. We develop a list of what their IT problems are and a list about their IT outcomes or projects that they want to do. We then rank those. It's very interesting. You think about, well, we've already got a ranking, but maybe there's not really a true consensus within your team. So we do a blind voting method within our organization to do this, allowing each team member to vote without their influence of others and without influence of their manager, which is very important because sometimes we form opinions based upon what others do too. And so by doing this, we actually re-rank that and show what the top of mind thought is. After that, we've had this situation where we go in and we bring the C-level executives in and they list us and give us a list of their business outcomes and business objectives for the organization as a whole. We rank those and break those down into two things. Is this project or outcome a revenue generating project, or is it a cost avoidance project? Those are the two R's that you want to focus on because almost everything can be broken down to one of those two. After that, we can map those back to the various IT projects. By doing so, we allow the IT organization to see what is this project and why is it such a focus by the organization? Why am I getting pressure to do this? It may seem logical to many of us, but many in IT don't understand how that maps up to the business. And then when we do that, we show them that this project is generating revenue, this one may be doing cost avoidance, and then we do another vote round. What are the most important based upon cost avoidance or revenue generation? And if we think cost avoidance might be the most important, realistically it's not. If you talk to a business individual, revenue generation is the key to survival in any business. And so we focus and help re-rank those IT projects that we did at the very beginning back to which ones primarily support revenue generation. And then later down in the line, we put down the cost avoidance ones. After that, we follow up with a follow-up round and re-rank them based upon what might have to come first. Because we know there are certain things that have to be done in order to do follow-on projects. So we might change the order slightly based upon those foundational or prerequisite projects. What this does is it provides a roadmap to your internal IT organization and to your business organization saying, these are the things we're going to do, a timeline we're going to do them in, and how they're going to support the organization. And it fosters communication between both sides because sometimes, realistically, neither one communicates their goals very well.
Yeah, one of the main reasons why projects or initiatives fail is because you don't have alignment between IT and the various business units as well as overall management. If you have alignment between them, then there's a good chance that you're going to have the funding, the buy-in, and the success of the project. However, if you have one area that wants to do revenue generation, the other one that wants to do cost avoidance, then you're going to have a battle and you're going to have a failed initiative.
Yeah, and one of the things that really came out of the Cal AAC course was involved with this was refocusing on when we deliver projects and project presentations as IT and as architects, not to focus so much on the features or the items that we're doing, but to really focus upon how the business value is being delivered within that. It's a change of mindset for all of us as IT folks. We have to think business first, IT second, because feeds, speeds, features, widgets are cool, but really we're getting paid because of the other.
Yeah, now this is just a brief intro to the AAC, but if you want to follow up a little bit more in depth, there's actually another session that's going to be happening tomorrow with TJ Vatsa at 10:45 a.m. So I strongly encourage you to go over there. He was one of the main
he's a principal consulting architect for VMware. So TJ and Mitesh Panacholi are two that led the discussion within this. And this is really how VMware is doing this themselves within their own organization.
Yeah.
So questions, comments, thoughts? Is this something new to everybody? Should it be something we are all involved in? You have to have a certain depth of knowledge. So they were inviting folks who have a certain level of depth. You may have to have VCP or better in some of these, not all. For instance, in my team, we had some that were end user compute specialists and some that were NSX. Other teams were cloud heavy.
Yep.
So it does not that you have to have a specific, and the nice thing is when we're doing this, we actually delivered a presentation as a project together as a team. And so you see how team dynamics work on that too. So that really helps you see when you come in as a consultant or you're coming in and bringing in other pieces of your own organization as a team to be able to develop that teamwork very quickly.
Yeah, and another thing about the presentation that we did for the executives down there, because we had a number of VMware execs that actually came in to watch our presentations, which was a little bit nerve-wracking, but it was also exciting as well. Is that we had a certain area of focus that we did based on the skill sets of our team. However, we had to map out work streams and phases for all the different parts of a large-scale comprehensive solution, so that we could associate estimated timelines and a level of effort and work with those, but we would drill into a specific area and then really map out the detailed design solution for that.
Yeah, and it was interesting talking with the teams after. Some really focused on how to do architecture as architecture. And so we might get into this discussion. Are you trying to do this VCDX style architecture, or are you trying to do a business architecture? And sometimes we're really needing to put on more of a business hat. That's really what this course is helping us focus on. And what this other thing that VMware actually said is that it's interesting that they found that customers have bought product and have never delivered product that they bought into their own organizations because they did not have a true solution for it. This is what this is really to help us do, and finally and finish up and do that, get those things implemented to support the business.
Yeah.
Anything else? Any other questions?
I think it happens every quarter.
Well, I have an update.
Oh, do you? Okay.
I have an update. Yesterday in one of the courses that TJ was actually talking about, and this is going all the way up to Pat Gelsinger. So they have refunded this with additional dollars for partners to be able to be in this. I think they said they have an additional $1 million, and they're going to start delivering this every month to partners and others. It has been every quarter, but they're going to be pushing this out even further, including shadowing for those people who actually go through the course. We've actually been involved in continuing to have communication through the Microsoft Teams workspace with the VMware teams that we were working with. So that's very nice. Yeah. It's felt like we're actually somewhat connected at the hip with VMware.
How many people do you think we had over there? It was like 40 or so?
I think the count in our class was 26. It was 15 PSO and 11 partners. Thank y'all. We appreciate it.
Yeah. If you want to follow up with us.
Hello and good afternoon to everyone. How many of you, this is your first VMworld? Yeah? Are you enjoying it? Yeah, it's not my first, but I'm still enjoying it. How many in the audience are at your fifth VMworld? Anybody? Outstanding. Thank you for continuing to come. It's a pretty good time, right? Everybody's having a good time, right? So my name is Dale McKay. I am an NSX TAS. If you are unfamiliar with the TAS program, please see me afterwards. I'll be glad to explain it to you. This is definitely not a presentation about the TAS program. It's a presentation about BGP best practices with NSX. How many people in the audience have deployed NSX? Okay, great. How many of you operate NSX with BGP? Okay. How many of you have a network staff that is unlimited resources and is the best network staff that you've ever had the chance to work with? How many are going to raise your hands on that one? Nobody? All right. I kind of thought that might be the case. This BGP little lecture is specifically aimed at those organizations that don't have triple CCIEs working for them, that maybe need a little bit of distilling in terms of what are the BGP best practices. That's what I'm going to cover. So we will talk about those best practices, and we'll take a little look at some of the BGP configuration that you might find in your environment. What we're not going to talk about is I'm not going to teach you the BGP protocol. That would be a lot longer than we have in this session. We're also not going to talk in depth about a leaf and spine architecture. How many of you implemented leaf and spine when you implemented NSX? All right, I'm going to ask you a few questions about that in just a minute, but we're not going to go in depth into the leaf and spine, nor will we talk about multi-protocol BGP. We also won't talk about BGP with IPv6. So those are the things we're not going to talk about. Having said that, let's talk a little bit about this particular presentation. What I did was I looked at the VVD 4.2 documents. And I know if you keep track of VVD, you may say, well, 4.3 is out. Okay, guilty. I haven't updated this presentation since 4.3 came out. But what I did was I looked at 4.2 and I tried to distill down what it was that somebody would need to know about BGP out of that document. One of the first things that we need to talk about, a lot of people raised their hands when I said, did you implement a leaf and spine architecture? How many of you implemented a layer 3 leaf and spine architecture? Okay, 1, 2. All right, 3. What we mean by leaf and spine, or layer 3 at leaf and spine, is obviously the fact that the layer 2 domain terminates at the top of the rack switch. Is that the only way you can do leaf and spine? Absolutely not. But for the purpose of this presentation, that's going to be our focus, is going to be on a layer 3 leaf and spine architecture. We're also going to make sure that we talk about dynamic routing protocols. Obviously, we're here to talk about BGP, but you also know that OSPF could be used. That might be possible. And you can see some of the guiding principles in this layer 3 leaf and spine architecture. We're going to advertise a small set of prefixes. Everybody's okay with that term prefix? If you're doing BGP, you ought to know what that means. We're going to have equal cost paths to the other racks. The switch is going to provide the default gateway or be the termination point for our layer 2 domain at the top of the rack switch. We'll probably have some 802.1q trunks. And like I said, for the rest of this particular session, we're going to assume that this is a layer 3 topology. Everybody okay with this so far? I didn't lose anybody yet? Any questions? Everybody's good? All right. First thing that you need to do when you're going to use BGP with NSX, particularly in the software-defined data center, is you need to make that decision. Are you going to have layer 2 or layer 3? And if you need some additional material to help you make that decision, I put the RFC numbers in there, RFC 7938. That would be a good one for you to go and read. A couple of things to point out about BGP. A lot of people are pretty familiar with OSPF. They like OSPF, but OSPF does have some issues. And one of them is the fact that you need to design for area 0, or you have to implement virtual links, right? Virtual links get complicated. It's something else to break. With BGP, obviously, we don't have that requirement to design for area 0. I've worked with customers that had OSPF. It's a workable situation for sure, but if you're designing this in a greenfield environment, why would you do that? In my opinion, there'd be no good reason for you to do that. Another thing, and this is probably one of the more important points of my entire presentation is that you need to go in and adjust the BGP timers. Now, you're going to hear me mention some other important parts here in a few minutes, but this one's pretty important because by default, you can see that the Cisco values, and this assumes that we're using Cisco top-of-the-rack switches or Cisco spine switches. The keep alive timer is at 60, and this is again, recommendation right out of VVD 4.2 that from the top of the rack switch to the ESG, if you look at the bottom set of values there, we take that 60 number and we drop it down to 4. That's a pretty significant change. If you don't do that, what's going to happen is as you have changes, your network is going to lag in terms of digesting those changes and adjusting to those changes. So that's a pretty important thing. You can see that there's actually 2 different sets of values. There's a set of values between the top of the rack and the ESGs, and then there's also a different set of values between the UDLR and the ESG. Everybody's okay with those terms, right? Edge Service Gateway, Universal Distributed Logical Router. Everybody knows what those mean, right? All right, good. Next, if you're going to do BGP, it's probably worth you understanding how loop avoidance works in BGP. Is everybody familiar with loop avoidance? Because loops are bad, right? We've always known that, whether it's layer 2 and we're doing spanning tree, or whether it's layer 3 and we're trying to prevent routing loops, loops are bad. How does the BGP protocol handle that? Well, that depends on whether we're talking about eBGP or iBGP. Everybody's okay with that term, right? External or internal, right? It's just simply who's my neighbor is what that comes down to. Is my neighbor external to my AS or is it internal to my AS? You can see that in an external BGP environment, I'm looking for my AS path. If I see my AS path, I know there's a problem because I shouldn't be seeing my AS path coming back to me. In iBGP, you can see what BGP, and this is directly out of the RFC. You know, this is not me sitting there typing it, this is directly out of the RFC. In iBGP, we're not going to redistribute routing information contained in that update message to other internal peers. If you worked with BGP, you know this is one of the early things that you learn about dealing with EGP is loop avoidance. But it's something that bears repeating in terms of understanding how BGP is going to work with NSX. Another thing that we need to talk about is the need to use filters. Notice, and this slide might be the one slide. I know I sat in a lot of the sessions, and man, the cameras come up, everybody takes a picture of the slide. Thank you, Jason. This might be the particular slide that you want to take a picture of. This probably summarizes the whole presentation almost in one slide. First, if you're going to do BGP peering, one of the most important things that you can do is to do those steps that I have listed there. Define what prefixes need to be announced. Use good summarization techniques. You know, good summarization techniques. Some of the people in the audience have heard me give a subnet lecture. If you're having a problem with summarization, I'll be glad to give you that subnet lecture on the side, teach you how to subnet visually. You'll never need a subnet calculator again. It's a little math trick. Where does that calculate in? That calculates into being able to summarize. If you can't summarize, you're going to have a problem. So make sure you do good summarization techniques. And lastly, you want to define filters at every eBGP peer. That's going to be important. If you don't filter, you can see, I talked about it can have some disastrous consequences. Why? Because you're going to get routes that you don't need into the routing table, and some of the routes are going to probably not direct traffic where you want it to go. Again, this is one of the more important slides of the presentation. Do not distribute BGP prefixes into an iBGP. Don't do it. I mean, think about what we're trying to do here. We're not trying to tell the VMs or the host that are inside of that IBGP, we're not trying to tell them all about the outside. We don't need to announce to them every route that's in BGP. We simply need to tell them where do they need to go to get out of that environment. All right, so if you have that mindset, that'll serve you well. Also, don't distribute IGBP routes into BGP. Again, same thing. I don't need to advertise to the world what my internal addresses are. I don't even need to advertise much beyond my next neighbor what those addresses are. And lastly, don't use an IBGP. Everybody's okay with IGP, right? Everybody knows what I'm talking about? Interior Gateway Protocol. Don't use an IGP to carry EBGP prefixes. In other words, don't do route redistribution. It's pretty simple. Let's take a look at some of the filters that you might need to apply. Those of you that did NSX, you raised your hand and said you were doing it, and you said you were doing it BGP. Did you apply route filters? They look like this at the Cisco level. So when you, I'm not going to walk you through every line, but when you look at this filter, we're essentially allowing one single prefix out, which is exactly what we want to do. We don't need to allow a bunch of prefixes out, we just need to allow that one. Next, coming in, this is a filter that's going to filter out all the prefixes except those that I want to come into my environment. You can see what those are, the 225.50.0.0 on the 16, the 61.237.64.0 on the 18, and then the 81.250.128.0 on the 17. Everything else gets denied. That's the type of filtering, coherent, understandable filtering that needs to be done to make BGP be efficient in your environment. If you're not doing filters today, when you leave here, go home and put filters in, please. It's going to make things a lot simpler and it's going to work a lot better. How can you verify some of this? Well, in this particular case, I'm logged into ESG. Those of you that work with BGP, whether it's virtual or physical, know what to look for, right? You're going to look for BGP state of established. All right, that's the word that you want to see there, is established. If I'm in the UDLR, again, what is it that I'm looking for? That word established. I think most of us came from a physical networking background. I know I did. This isn't any different than what we would see if we were doing this in a physical environment. It's still going to be established. We're still going to have a routing table. It's going to look like this, right? Everybody should be familiar with this. Those of you that have a networking background. The 20 is the admin distance for a BGP-derived route. And you can see also by the B in that first column that it tells me that that route was derived from BGP. I wish I had a gift to give away. Anybody tell me what that C route means down there? Connected, absolutely. And it has an admin distance of 0, which is what we would expect to see. Notice that we're doing this, in this particular case, we're doing this from the UDLR, but you can also do it from the ESG. Last, let's take a look at what this overall picture now should look like. And this is right out of the VVD documentation. Remember, the VVD documentation is a two-site premise for that documentation. And you can see that we have our cores and we have our top of the racks. You know, if we look at the top of the rack switches, it says EBGP to the core. So that should tell you something. You can see, I don't know if the pointer will work. No, you can see right here that this has an AS number, and what's not written is yet a different AS number. How do I know if that's going to be a different AS number? Because we're doing EBGP. Definition EBGP is 2 different AS numbers. We're also doing EBG EBGP, sorry, to the ESGs. So again, what's that tell you? That tells you that this AS number is going to be different than this AS number. Again, definition of EBGP. We're going to do default originate to the ESGs. Everybody should be comfortable with that, right? We're going to advertise default route to the ESGs, and then we may do some route maps to do some specific traffic steering. Everybody's good with route maps also, right? Assuming, right? Let's take a look at the ESGs. We're going to do, from an ESG perspective, we're going to do EBGP to the top of the rack. We're going to do IBGP with the UDLRs. So again, that'll tell you something about how you're going to break out your AS numbers. And then we're going to advertise a static summary route for those UDLR subnets. We can also redistribute the connected routes. And then lastly, if we go down and we look at the UDLR, this is where we're going to do IBGP with the ESGs. That makes sense. We're going to put a higher weight depending upon which site we want to favor. And then we're going to redistribute the connected routes and also deny the UDLR subnets between those two sites, right? All right, any questions from anyone? Yes, Melvin. Yes. Yeah, here, let me go back. So her question was timers. And here's the value on the timers. All right. What? I can't hear you.
Sorry, are those the recommended values? Because it says default values.
All right, so these are the default values for, say, your top of the rack switch. This is default Cisco values. This is between the UDLR and the ESGs. And then this would be between the top of the rack, the Ciscos, and the ESGs. So obviously you're going to adjust your Cisco timers, and then you're also going to go in and adjust the timers on the ESG. Yes, those are recommended right out of the VVD 4.2 documentation. Again, that's what we're doing with BGP is because we decrease the timer value so much, we now make BGP much more of a higher performing protocol than maybe what it was before, where we waited 180 seconds before we declared something down. All right, any more questions? Great, thank you very much. Hope you guys enjoy the rest of the show. Thank you.
Hi, my name is David Klee, and this is Database, Virtual Disks, and You. So a little bit about me. I'm lucky enough to be a Microsoft Data Platform MVP and a VMware vExpert. I run Heraflux Technologies, a niche consulting company around how databases and infrastructure, and in this case is virtualization, really come together and in some cases don't play nice. We do a lot of performance tuning, and what you're getting is some of the consulting that we normally do, and you're getting it for free. There we go. Okay, first of all, let's start with the four main food groups of IT. So bottom line, there we go. The CPU, there we go. That's not working. There we go. CPU, memory, disk, and hopefully all of you are going to be on flash storage at this point, so may spinning rest in pieces. So all flash, and then networking. So the bottom line, this is really all virtualization is. It's compute resources and queues for how to get there. So what we're going to do right now, we're going to focus just on the disk. Here's the interesting scenario. When you get to all flash, is the storage the primary bottleneck to performance at that point? Maybe, maybe not. It all depends on how you're using it. But what we need to do is we need to go figure this out. Have you ever had a scenario where a DBA comes to you and says, the databases are running slow, it's always storage, and at the end of the day, they're showing you metrics that are just plain off from what you're seeing at the storage? This is real stuff. The problem is, you're both right. There's a lot of stuff in between the storage layer and the database layer. And what we need to do is really map out each one of these layers, because if any one of them are misconfigured or having challenges, it's a bottleneck. And from that point back, it's just going to stack up. And the symptom of this is high latency. So let's take a normal database stack. So database file, no big deal. We've got the database query engine itself. That actually goes and figures out where the thing is at on storage. The storage engine goes and retrieves it. We have to go through the operating system in order to do this. And in the operating system, we've got disk controllers. And in this case, SCSI controllers. Now, let's say you followed best practices and you want to use a paravirtual SCSI controller and we keep it off the C drive. There's your standard database practices. This is Microsoft SQL Server for an example. Operating system, data, logs, temp. Pretty standard stuff. So you follow best practices, and those are all daisy-chained off of the PV SCSI controller, and you still get anomalous performance results. The SAN is showing one thing, the database layer is showing 10, 20, 100 times higher. Why? Why are they so different? Well, you throw in a hypervisor in there, and it gets even more interesting. So what do? Bottom line, we got to start monitoring this stuff. We got to start monitoring the placement of these things as well, because there's individual queues associated with all of these different options. So if I've got a database, a normal DBA practice is to start spreading out the workload. Multiple files. The files are organized into file groups. Maybe I'll have transaction logs in there. This is normal stuff from a database admin perspective in order to gain flexibility, ease of recovery, performance, things like that. Okay, well, at most, you've got 4 paravirtual SCSI controllers that you can use. In this case, I got 5 disks. What's going where and why? Uh-oh, we got transaction logs hanging out. If you start to go scale these things out, where do you put it? And now it all depends on the workload. I can't give you where this thing should go. But now, are things really heavily active on one drive at night and transaction logs are really busy during the day? Or are they really evenly balanced and we just need to pick one and start to gauge and monitor? So it's up to you. Monitor, understand your workload, understand what it's doing as far as just a good operational baseline, and you can start to balance and put competing workloads separated, put similar workloads or stuff that won't conflict with each other, put those together and scale them out that way. So now, what do we do when we see really interesting symptoms of all of this performance challenges? So let's take that diagram, let's kind of zoom in a little bit now at the hypervisor layer. This is what you have access to right now through ESX Top. So inside the VMware ESXi storage engine, you've got the virtual machine itself. VMware calls it a world. If you look at the disk metrics, you can find the G average or guest average. Our warnings for warnings and critical for Microsoft SQL Server and really anything OLTP workloads, 25 milliseconds on read, 10% or 10 milliseconds on write. If you can stay under those, chances are that the database workload is not really significantly storage bottlenecked and that performance is going to continue on as normal. At the virtual disk layer itself, you do have the VMware kernel that this thing has to traverse. If you find kernel time greater than 1 millisecond, something's not right, and you need to go drill into this. And then VMware has the perspective. It can actually see the storage at the other end of the connection. It doesn't know what's in between there, but it can actually manage this, and that's D average. If you turn around and take a look, this is latency at the device driver itself. With this, if that isn't even close to what the guest average is at, you may have a bottleneck somewhere inside the VMware storage engine itself. A lot of times, though, these particular things will actually be fairly similar. The VMware kernel time will be very low. And then the D average here will actually line up very similar to what the storage layer at the SAN, from their measurements, their point of view, is actually going to show you. You've also got the ability to track command aborts per second. If that's greater than really 0, well, something's not right. And we may have a faulty path, we may have something really wonky under the hood, and you need to go deal with that. Now, those are the symptoms. Now, what about the root causes of this thing? Guest disk queue length. Inside the ESXi storage stack, you've got the WQ length, or the world queue length. That's basically the virtual machine and all its dependencies. You've got the adapter queue length. You've got the device, basically per data store queue length. all of these different areas you can go track inside ESX Top and start to see if you've got bottlenecks inside these different layers. And then you've got any, so HBAs, network adapters, things like that. You can go track that from the switching layer. And then the storage itself, you do also have the storage queue length, which that's basically how VMware sees the storage. But again, you can take this and go to the perspective of the SAN and put the numbers side by side. If they don't line up, something's not right in the middle, and you can see what's in the middle there. It's basically your interconnects. It gets more and more straightforward the deeper you dive into this. If you want the specific metrics to go monitor for this stuff, at the virtual machine layer, it's the operating system disk queue. You've got the virtual adapter QDev. Inside the ESXi layer, storage VM kernel queues, and a big one, DSNRO, or disk sched num rec outstanding. Say that 3 times fast, right? At the HBA, you've got the per path QDev. You've also got the adapter QDev. And inside the fabric and networking, whatever you've got there, link speed, full duplex, half duplex, subnetting, all the overhead that goes involved there with latencies back and forth. And then the storage itself, you have the LUN queue depth on the storage, the latency at the disk pool once it gets out of the controller. You got the array service processors. Are they overloaded? How are those things doing? You got HBA target queues. There's just so many stacks and so many layers in here, but it's not as bad as it seems. There are some pretty common areas that we can actually go tailor and tune. So one, how many of you know about changing the pair virtual controller queue depth? So a few. By default, the LSI logic queue depth inside Windows has a queue depth of 32 and you can't change it. It's there for compatibility's sake, not necessarily performance. If you turn around and look at the pair virtual controller, you have a default queue depth of 64, so double the queue depth. But with a registry setting, which is right here, you can actually turn around and override that and bump this all the way up to 254. Do I recommend going all the way up that high? No. Do I recommend changing this until you go test? No. You need to test this and validate that in your environment, your storage layer and your interconnects and everything in between are actually able to accommodate these differences. Most of the time, if you're on flash or flash hybrid storage, I find a pretty good sweet spot at a queue depth of 128 here. But again, test this. Do not just blindly apply these changes because it may backfire on you. There's a KB article that shows you how to do this in both Linux and Windows. And what you're going to find is that in the event that you go change a lot of this stuff, it might not do better because there's one here that not many people know about, DSNRO. So let's say I've got 3 virtual machines. Now, you're following best practices. I got the C drive on the LSI controller, 32 queue depth. I'm using the pair virtual SCSI controller, queue depth of 64. Maybe I've overridden it, maybe I haven't. No big deal. Okay, so I don't want 1,000 data stores out there, so I'm going to turn around and put 3 of these on one data store. No problem, pretty normal, right? Well, disk sched num rec outstanding has a queue depth when multiple worlds share the same data store at 32. So if you've got high queue depth, low queue depth, there's an immediate bottleneck when these things are under pressure, a lot of storage activity, and this is well before it even gets out of the physical machine. So this is why you look at VMware, storage latency is low. You look in guest, say Windows Perfmon, storage latency is high. This is one really strong contributor to this. The good thing is you can go override this. You can override it all the way up to 256. Consult your storage vendor, because what you may find is that they actually may recommend in their best practices guide that you go change this stuff. In fact, there are a number of vendors here I know for a fact that they do. I don't want to name any names. Now, when you do this, you better have a really good baseline of what this stuff is doing, because as soon as you change that, everything around it is going to reflect the change. So the VMware kernel latencies, the in-guest latencies, and even the actual load on the SAN, those may go up. The other latencies may go down, because now you're able to have a bigger pipe to get to the storage, and you can do more with it. So baseline before, make the change, test, see how the system responds afterwards. Because if there's a queue further down the stack that may be a bottleneck now, you might actually see it with latencies that rise here as a symptom inside VMware. Keep it in mind, it does add up. This is why it matters. These are real numbers. And I'm not exaggerating when I say I had a customer that was fighting this kind of latency difference. They're fighting it for about 9 months. What we found was that, I mean, it was fascinating. The database layer was seeing over 50,000 long I/O alerts every night. And inside SQL Server, a long I/O alert is an I/O command that takes over 15 seconds to complete. 50,000 of these a night. The storage admin, everything's fine, go away. And the numbers that they were looking at were honestly really good. And I get brought in by the database team to basically be a punching bag, intermediary for this stuff. And what we found was that both were right. But in the very first meeting, they had been arguing this for so long, the storage person was so mad that they brought in somebody else to spot check his work, picked up a chair and threw it at the DBA. And if you've ever picked up one of those Herman Miller Aerons, they're actually pretty heavy. This guy was pretty good. What we found, DSNRO, HBA queue depth, switch queue depth. We went and cleaned them up, and the in-guest latency dropped to match exactly what the storage latency showed. Here's the problem. They were both right. It all depended on the point of view. Storage consumption can bury you. And if you have in-guest bottlenecks, it can trickle downhill, and it can cause you a really bad day. Not only that, but I'm not going to say the DBAs are golden with this stuff. Database administrators, developers, they can miss a lot of this stuff. For example, right here, this was essentially bad code. In this case, yeah, it was. So we're just going to blame the developer because we all kind of like doing that, right? So blame them when you have evidence. In this case, it was kind of interesting. The DBA missed the fact that the developer scheduled a job to run every second instead of every hour. In this case, the storage array was good enough to where it actually insulated it and nobody noticed. But if you see how it drops off at the end there, I wanted to say, it was actually in a training class. We were looking at all the measurements, and I go, what the heck is this? You got a spike a month and a half ago, and you're eating 600 to 800 megabytes a second for the entire last month and a half. We go, ooh. So we get in and looked at it, and sure enough, we found it. Simple misconfiguration, simple oversight, and you can see at the very bottom, yep, we fixed it. It's what happens when this stuff matters. It's just interesting. So if you change the queue depths, if you watch and profile this stuff, all these things can change. Bad code, it's all the way from the top. Big problems. If you clean this stuff up, you clean up the underlying storage, you're able to use your storage much more effectively. And at the end of the day, you're getting what you paid for at the storage. The end user performance is better. The database layer performance is better. Everybody's happy. So monitor your workload, go through these layers with a fine-tooth comb. You don't have to do it every day, but go through and look at this stuff because it really does matter. And these default options are just not good enough for demanding database workloads. If you have any questions at all about this in the future or down the road, feel free to contact me here. I'm an absolute geek. I love working on this stuff. Every environment's different. It's always a challenge, and I find it a lot of fun. Maybe I'm weird. If you have any questions, let me know. Any questions in the audience? Yes, sir.
QDEP setting, on one of the slides you had a QDEP setting. Where was that change at? Where you set that?
DSNRO? Yeah. The question is, where do you actually go change the DSNRO setting? It's actually inside VMware configured per LUN. Yeah. Yes, sir. If you have dedicated LUNs and dedicated data stores, it'll actually retain the queue depth of whatever's coming into it. So in that case, you're okay. Do I recommend that? It's probably overkill and it's a lot to manage. Do you need it? If you've got that kind of database workload, yeah. If it's a really high workload, would I recommend it? Most likely. Just because of this kind of stuff, you don't really have to worry about it. For normal workloads, change the DSNRO, watch it, validate it, probably perfectly fine. Cool. We'll give it a wrap. If you have any more questions, I'll be right out here. Thanks for coming, everybody. This was a lot of fun.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you for everyone for attending this session. My name is David Santos. I'm a systems engineer in Brazil. I take care of network and security in Brazil. And if you guys are attending this session, it's because you guys want to know, like me in the beginning, how can we deploy microsegmentation in the easy way, or at least find a way to start. So, the idea of this session is, how can we begin from this side and arrive in the other side? Like, how can we change our architecture from a centralized file for a distributed file?
This guy is another engineer that, down in South America, and he had this doubt too when he started. So he was like trying to find a way out here. So the best way to start is to check or to find what's running in your infrastructure. So visibility is the key. You need to discover what applications do you have, what infrastructures do you have, what virtual machines do you have in your environment. A crucial tool to begin this journey is called VRNI. For this one that don't know what's VRNI, it stands for Visualized Networking Site, and this tool is critical for us to make this change or to deploy microsegmentation. In this session, we will explore VRNI and also how can you use it as a best practice to deploy our firewall rules. Okay, sorry. This tool is like a visibility tool and troubleshoot tool, and it also helps us to planning our microsegmentation. We can deploy this tool as a non-intrusive tool, and it will collect flows and information of our environment. It will do analysis of the traffic, and here we can find like what's the east-west traffic, the north-south traffic, also the traffic that's switched, which traffic is routed. It will also help us to map the applications. It will discover the virtual machines, the interconnection between them, and also the ports that are used to make this communication. After this analysis, it will help us suggesting the firewall rules that you need to deploy a zero trust architecture in our environment. It will suggest the firewall rules that you need, and it will also make analysis to check which rules are masked, or you will check the rules that you have that have overlapped with other rules. The building block of these rules is what we call security group. A security group is something that helps you to create the firewall, your security policy. A security group can you can include almost anything in a security group. A security group can contain VMs based on their names, on the operational system, and the port groups that they are connected, or something that's really cool called security tag. A security tag is a metadata, and you can attach that security tag to any virtual machine. The idea is to abstract the IP address. Instead of using something like 10.1.1.11 and 20.2.2.12, you'll have like security group web and security group app. The idea of a security group is to have like a dynamically include VMs into that. So here you have like a security group web that will have any virtual machine that has the web security tag. And you also exclude anything dynamically. Like here you have a security group dev that has every VM that has the tag dev. And if that VM loses his tag, that security group will be updated to remove the information from that VM. It will also remove any information of that VM if it is excluded. So the rules that belongs to that security group will not be applied to that VM anymore. So taking a look with a security group, where should I start? In VRNI, we have something pretty cool called VRNI application. Here you can build your application, and your application will have tiers. And for the purpose of this demo, for this session, each tier will be a security group. So you have here the the web tier, it will be like you become our three-tier security group, as our security group tier web, and you have our application tier that will become the three-tier app security group, and you have the three-tier database that will become the security group, the database security group. We will also make the interconnection between those security groups and applications. We have the connection from the external network using HTTPS for the three-tier web. We will also have the communication between web and app using TCP port 9000 and MySQL communication between app and database. We will also have catch-all rule. We have here a security group that will contain the other security group nested. And here we will configure out the full rule for that application. Allow or deny anything that doesn't match the other rules. For best practice, I always start that rule with allow and log. So anything that doesn't match the follow rules, I can look at the logs and then make the necessary changes for my application. Now I'm gonna make a quick demo here, looking how can we do that. As it is a video, it will work. For those, yes, for those that doesn't know VRNI, that's what the dashboard looks like. This is the plant security dashboard. Here on the left, we have something called entities, and here we can look what we have and also look at the applications. At this time, we don't have any application created, and we are going to create the first one. We call our application three-tier, and we will also configure the tiers that will be inside that application. We start with web, and here we configure the membership criteria of that tier. We can select here a VM based in their name, or an IP address, or a VXLAN, or security group, and a lot of things here. For this demo, I will do something like custom VM search, and I will create like a regular expression to match a membership criteria that I want for this application. I will start with the port that application uses, that's HTTP port 80. And here I can check which VMs match that regular expression. In this demo, it will match 4 VMs. Even our center is matching that, but we don't know that. We don't want that. We want only the VMs that belongs to that application. So we are going to refine that rule a little bit more using the VMs that has port 80 active and also are connected to LS Web, our logical switch that is serving network to that VMs, to that application. Here I created a Boolean rule, and I will check what is matching. Now I can see that I have a web tier that has communication from external network and also communicates with something else inside my data center. That's my app tier. It will communicate with the app01 VM at port 9000. Now I will add another tier to my application using that information that I just discovered. I'll create now another regular expression using incoming port 9000 and VXLAN LS app. We'll check now that we have the app01 VM here. Now I will add another tier, that's the database tier. And I'll create the same rule for database, using now MySQL server, MySQL incoming port 3306, and LSDB as my VXLAN. After that, I can analyze the flows and check here my application. So you have the full communication of that application. If I click inside any of those arrows, I can check the incoming flows and the interdependence between them. And here I have the recommended firewall rules for each one of those tiers. That's the communication between web and app. That's the communication of app. Here I have the recommended firewall rules for app, the app tier. And lastly, we have the firewall rules recommended for the DB tier. Is the service of our DB tier, the external service access for that tier, and the recommended firewall rules. After create that application, we will now begin to deploy the firewall rules. So the first thing that we will do now is the rules exporting. So going back to this screen, we're gonna click here in this menu and export rules. We are gonna export all the rules that you just see for that application. We are gonna create a DFW session in NSX for that application and set the last rule as allow any and log. Here in NSX, we're gonna create our firewall section. Create a rule for that session. And configure the allow log. This log you can check later in Log Insight to see what will happen. We're going to apply that default rule only to the logical suites that you have our VMs of that application. Now we are going to import that rule. Here we are using a tool called NSX Importer. So this tool is a PSO tool that you have, but you guys, if you want, you guys can have this tool too. It will import that exported firewall rules into NSX automatically. It will import the firewall rules, the security